Right, I think I'm ready to go. Ooh, camera seems a bit higher there. Hi guys. Hopefully everything's right. Hopefully the audio ducking's on. Which I don't think it is. I know it is. Just not very strong. Okay. Who've we got here then? We've got Colt, Mad Beagle, Mad Zed, Google Bomb, Acmefin, Krause 7. Yeah, I'll start the race in a minute. Hang on. Cape Apocalypse. Hi guys. Google Bomb says, "Are you going to make a video of the starting scene animation in the bottom right?" What was the bottom right? Oh, is that the that's the waving road, isn't it? I probably will at some point. I've kind of touched on it before, but yeah, maybe I can do something on that at some point. Alright, let me just set the races off. There we go. Right, there's a couple of new commands this stream. So there is, so I have my tools. And there's now tools set up as well. Set 3 bits up on here. So tonight I wanted to try and get as many of the behaviors done as possible. And then later on, at the end of the stream, we're going to play Parasol Stars again. But this time I've got a little notepad here. I'm going to start documenting as many things as I can in the game. And we'll start with the scoring, possibly the order of the pickups. I think that should probably take us quite a while to do anyway, in preparation for the new stream when this game is done. So yeah, we're going to analyze it. So tonight I'm drinking this to start with. Actually, let me set my wine thing up. I've not actually done that. I'll do that. I'll do that on the next break, I think. Let me just put it on so I remember. So I started drinking this last night actually, so I've already had 2 glasses out of it. It's very nice. Brancott Estate Reserve Sauvignon Blanc. Actually, the camera's a bit over that way. There we go, that's better. So I've only got 2/3 of a bottle of this, and then I've got a so let's have some more of this. Very nice. I had a kind of Zoom meeting with a few friends last night, so I had a couple of glasses. Actually, let's do it now quickly while I remember. Oh, a bit of Arkanoid. Well, this is the Ocean Loader, isn't it? I think. Oh no, Rambo. There we go. I might think of Arkanoid. Yeah. There you go, and I'll add the other wine when I grab it, so it's going to be sooner than usual, I think. So I remember where we were at last time. Just set my windows up. I'd got into the process of doing one of the. Oh, obviously left a. Okay, obviously left a file kind of wrong somewhere. 675. So I think I was looking at the candy cane thing last. Ah, that's right. Yeah, so I've got them jumping. Okay, so what I want these guys to do is I want them to jump, and I want them to pause for a little bit before they jump again. So I'm going to add the pause next. Hey Furrow, welcome to the stream, dude. Caught my wheel. Alright, so let's take a look at that. So we were looking at behaviors, so let's put the behaviors over here. Yeah, so my aim with this is to get the behaviors done before the end of the month. I finish work on the 24th, I think, and I'm going to spend the first couple of days creating a level editor for this game. I may do a tiny little bit of kind of polish work off stream, some of the boring stuff like trying to get rid of some of those glitches maybe in the transition. Just a few minor things. I'm not going to do too much. Oh yeah, there's a new a joke thing as well, so you can request a joke. They're not the best jokes in the world, but they're 100% guaranteed to be better than an Acnafin joke, so. I was just looking for extra things to put in the list, so I thought I'd put that in. Do I have a list, or am I going to get? No, those jokes are automatic. They're pulled from an online API. I'm no comedian. I couldn't do that if I wanted to. Alright, candy canes. So, well, first of all, let's change the description because that's wrong. So, so this enemy jumps at random intervals and in random directions. So this is deciding which way it faces, and then it's going to do a jump. Where's the jump? Check if the aura. Trying to think how this works now. Okay, so if the number is negative, then it jumps to here. Okay, so yeah, Hazy's at a barbecue, isn't he? So he's probably getting absolutely wrecked. I'm seriously considering doing a journey out in the next couple of weeks for the first time. Does that mean I have to laugh? No. Hey, Lesnar. Hey, Goblin Prince. Welcome, dude. Okay, right. So what I need to do is I need to delay it, because at the moment the jump is happening all the time. Just gonna make this a tiny bit smaller. Yeah, so the glitches on that transition I'll probably fix off stream on my time off. So as soon as they land, they're jumping again. I don't want that to be the case. So check if we're already in the jump animation. So it grabs this. If we're already in the jump animation, then it jumps to jump routine. Otherwise, it's going to snap the enemy to the floor. Okay, so this jump timer is what's wrong here. Let's add some points to everybody as well. So why is this not working? This jump timer should be working. Let's check I need to check the macros in here, I think. Okay, there's 2 of these. I don't think there needs to be 2 of these. Just rid of one of those. Set static memory if value is null. Okay, so it needs to be null. I think that's the problem. So hopefully they'll not jump quite as often this time. Oh, a Turret can win. Nice. Okay. What's going on there? They're jumping. Okay, they're definitely waiting, but they're jumping far too high for some reason. 8-bit assembler code on Twitch, you didn't expect that. Yep. Welcome, it's the one. Why? Why is that doing that? That's really odd. Okay, so in the jump routine it comes to here. Do I need to reset the jump index memory? Maybe. Let's try. Oh, I do need to set it up. That's why that was in. It doesn't need a 0 there. It needs to reset that value. And it needs to be on jump index, not jump timer. That's better. Right, now they're actually waiting a little bit, so they should wait random times as well. So these 2 jumped at the same time, and now they're offset. Okay, that's good. So the next job is to make the animation of the feet work a little bit better than they currently do. In fact, they don't work at all at the moment. So let me open up Sprite Pad. Oops. .cosmos, it's not that one. Is that the right one? Yeah, I think that's the right one. Okay, let me make this 8 on a row. It's 8 on a row. Okay, so when it jumps, it needs to pull back by 1 frame like so, and then it does the jump like this. So I think what we need to do is we need to change the frame if the countdown timer here has reached a certain value. And then if we're in the jump animation, we do this. So let's start by adding 1 to the current frame if we're at a certain point in here. So I think the easiest way to do this yeah, so I run on the emulator. The emulator is pretty good, so it's not much reason to test on real hardware unless you need to. Actually, while I remember, so I did the keyboard retrobyte, and I don't know if you remember what this looked like the other day, but here's what the keys look like now. They look perfect. There's a handful which are slightly discoloured. I mean, you probably can't even see it on the camera, but there's a slight bit of discolouring on it. But yeah, they're all looking pretty good. I did forget to tweet the stream. Yes, you're right, Foray. Let me drop that in there now quickly, because that's always a good thing to do. See if I can get the URL right this time. There we go, that's done. Yeah, so this was done with retrobyte. So I did clean the keys a little bit, but they were definitely yellowed from the sun. So I just put them out in this stuff. So I mixed some of that. You can buy it online. It's quite cheap. It's not too expensive. I mixed it 50% this, 50% distilled water. Put them in a Ziploc bag. Shook it all up so it was coated in it, and then laid it out on the balcony in the sun. It needed 2 days to get it right, and it's good enough, I think. So I'm gonna check the 3D prints this week, and if all goes well, I might do a stream on Thursday where we build a C64 Raspberry Pi version. Yeah, dishwasher is pretty good actually. You can even clean hardware like motherboards and things in a dishwasher if you're careful. The trick is not to use abrasive soaps and stuff. As long as you just do it without soap in a dishwasher, you can clean a motherboard in it. You just need to leave it to dry out. I think Hayes fixed his keyboard that way as well. Alright, so I need to set the frame. I need to do it in this location here. Where is it? Enemy state, okay. This bit here. So if this is equal to 0, I'm going to jump to somewhere else. So I'm going to jump to And then here, I'm actually going to compare this value. I'm going to say, I'll put 8 frames in here. I'm just going to write what I'm doing here. So we are in the last few ticks of the pause for jump. Then set the frame according. So same thing here. So if we are more than that, then I'm just going to jump straight to done. However, if we are less than that, then what I need to do is I need to get the enemy direction. So that's going to be this bit here. Oh, Dom. Amiga raid. Hi guys, thanks Dom for the raid. Welcome along everybody that's come along with Dom. How's it going in Amiga land? What have you been playing tonight? I'm in the middle of writing a new behaviour for one of the enemies. For those who've not been here before, I'm Shannon 50k. I do C64 dev mostly, but I do some Game Boy dev on a Tuesday, and I do a bit of gameplay now and then, various things, old and new. So, but it's mostly dev work. So, Terry's Big Adventure. Terry's Big Adventure. Why do I recognise that? Wait, aren't you supposed to be playing Airwolf? It's August. You're only allowed to play Airwolf. I'm sure that's the rule. Hey, Amok, welcome to the stream. No worries. Your father's birthday is more important than the stream. That's for sure. Alright, okay. Yeah, I don't have a Luna command either. That's if someone wants to drop a link to Luna in the chat. You have to play it, but not all the time. Okay. Yeah, that would drive me mad playing it all the time. Thanks for the host, Andy. Appreciate it, dude. Get those host points. Thanks, Ruler Thirds. Appreciate it, man. Okay, right, so I need to work out which way I'm facing. Thank you for the gift sub, Amark, and welcome to the subs, Mad Beagle. Appreciate it, Amark. You're always gift subbing, you're crazy. But thank you, very much appreciated. Took some effort, Twitch. Yeah, Twitch has been a bit funny for me today as well. I think the servers are playing up. I had an awful lot of lag to the server earlier today. I don't know what it's like now. I have made some changes to the race, so the race gets announced in chat, so you will know in chat before you see it on the screen, which will give you enough time to hopefully bet before the race ends. You're getting a 480 stream. Let's see what am I getting actually. Yeah, I'm getting 480 as well. That's weird. Maybe they've had some issues with their servers, so they've toned it down a little bit. I mean, it definitely is set up to be a 1080p stream. Oh, really? It's 480 for me. Oh, I can set it though. Okay, it's changeable. Okay, so what I'm going to do is we're going to check if the enemy is facing right, then we're going to do something. Otherwise, if we're not, we're going to do the face left frame. So this is our face right frame, and this will be our face left frame. face right frame will be loading the accumulator with jump right +1. And then we've got set enemy frame. I think we have set. Let's see, it's probably up here, isn't it? So there was a weird mix of syntax for these things, which I'm not hugely happy with, but it's fine. Actually, let's do it like this. Jump. Save duplicating the code. Okay, so hopefully if I run this now, what I should see is just briefly, just before it jumps, is the animation change. It's going to stay changed because there's no additional animation in the update code yet. So. And this is a useful one to do because the next one, the marshmallow, it's going to have a very similar approach. So I didn't check if it actually did anything then. I think it did. Yeah, it went back. Okay, that's good. So now when it goes up, it needs to show... Oh, actually, let me think about this. If I do it here... Okay, let me think. Right, so it's going to check the jump timer. If we're at 0, it's going to start the animation. However, if we're not at 0, then it's going to do one of two things. So either going to show okay, I am going to not do this. Instead, what I'm going to do is... So I need a 0 page location. So what I'm going to do is... do we have a behavior temp? We do have a behavior temp. Where is that being used? If it's being used in here... it's been used in the routine. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to store it in the behavior temp. Then what I'm going to do here is, if we're not in the normal behavior, if we're just stood on the ground, it's going to be 0. Otherwise, I'm going to increment behavior temp by 1. So what this is going to do is going to mean this is either going to be 0 or 1. It's going to be 0 for most of the static frame, then it's going to be 1 for the last 8 frames or so. And then I am going to load this value here, and I'm just going to add no, if I actually no, I can do it like this. There we go. Load Y. Don't need the temp. Load Y with 0, otherwise increase Y, and this would be just comma Y. So what this should mean is that the animation will get reset. It doesn't support. Okay, it doesn't add. Fix. I missed what happened then. Did something crazy happen? Or did Bub just win when Acmiffin had bet on something else? Okay, so just keeping an eye on the animation of these little things. Okay, so it should... perfect. You see how it resets and it just dips back a little bit. So the final thing I need to do is, if we are going to do the jump, okay. Then I'm going to do this instead. So here we're going to Command Y, O2. Jump to here, and then here, compare Y to which equal. Okay, so what I'm doing is if we're actually in a jump frame, then we set Y to 2. If not, we pick 0 or 1 to pick those frames. Then we go through this routine. If we set Y to 2, we skip setting this one. So the value of Y is either 0, 1 or 2. 0 if we're stood on the ground solid, 1 if we're just about to jump, and 2 if we are jumping. This will set the frame according to one of those three things. And then the very last thing we do is we just check the Y register. If the Y register is 2, then we're actually in a jump animation, or we need to jump to start jump animation here. And so hopefully now we should see proper what are you up to, Aquafin? Because you're not doing too bad. Then I have given some away though, so okay, so hopefully now we should see a full animation. Oh no, they're jumping like crazy. Okay, why are they jumping like crazy? Start jump animation, set static memory jump index 0. Because before what we were doing oh, okay, this one here. Cool. They've got a proper animation to them now. Okay, they need a little bit more of wind up, because the thing is I want you to be able to use the animation to work out if they're about to jump or not. So you should be able to look at the animation and make a decision. Yeah, they look quite good. Hey, Doxter, welcome to the stream, dude. I think it's a little bit too long though. It should be a little bit shorter. Let me put a note here. What would you call this? This is kind of like a pre-jump animation frame time. Oh, I'm actually going to request. Actually, I don't need to do it. I can force a request in. There we go. I wish I could do something. The more I want to do something, the more stupid I feel for not being good at it. Stupid when you're feeling stronger. So just keep at it. You just go for it. I mean, as I've said before, you don't learn anything just doing the stuff you know. You're better off doing stuff you don't know. That's how you learn things. And nobody is expecting anybody to get it right first time when you're learning. And actually making mistakes is the best way to learn as well, which is why I recommend always doing something just a little bit outside your comfort zone, because then you will make mistakes and you will learn from those mistakes. Okay, I'm quite pleased with that now. So all I need to do now is I need to make it so when they jump, they move in the direction that they're facing. This should be pretty simple. We can use the same code that we're using to work out which way we're facing here, and just do some. So here's where we actually. Oh, pardon me. Here's where we actually increment the jump. Just trying to work out now, is this... Okay, this is just the jump and the timer. So I should be able to put the lateral movement here. Okay. So we'll have a move left and a move right. And for now, I'm not going to put any collision in this left and right movement. Just want to check it, but we will need to put some in. So for now, it's just going to be really straightforward. Let's bring up that goes in here. Was it update position? Whoa, what? Position enemy. There we go, update position. Okay, so if we're moving right, let's update position. So nothing in the vertical. We'll just move horizontally. Now, these are fractional values, so I probably do need to store like that for X to move 2. Let's just move 1 and see if that makes a change. That's moving right. So moving left will be negative that. Whoop. Oh shit, there goes my wine. Shit. God damn it. At least he didn't go on my keyboard like Hayes. Did go over everything else. Okay, I have a very damp mouse mat now. Ugh. I've got a damp right hand now, left hand. Damn it, I'm gonna have to pull this all out tomorrow and clean it. It's gonna get really horrible. Quick, get a straw. That's why I don't drink wine. Wine is sticky, yeah. Thankfully, I think I've got it all. I mean, I've got enough. There's nothing actually flat down on the desk. Everything's either on one of these, on the monitor stand, which it went under, or it's on the mat, which soaked it up. So, but yeah, I'll have to take this all off tomorrow and give it a good clean. I've not cleaned my desk for a while, so it's a good excuse to do it. It's just this monitor weighs a fucking ton, so. Right. Well, I'm going to be on the next bottle of wine very soon then, in that case. I might have to crack the tequila out later on. Maybe. Not sure about that yet. But yeah, I'm going to need another bottle of wine on the break. That was quite a full glass as well. I won't do the tequila till much later on, though. I felt very drunk last time I did that. $653. What have I done? Oh, address is illegal. Ah, right. Okay, so again, I can't wait to use the Mega 65 for this. So invert the condition, temporary label, jump to the old label, temporary label placement. Okay, cool. So they're not moving all the way, so they're only moving on the way up. They need to move on the way down as well. So I think that is probably... Let's have a look. Do jump routine. So do fall. We just need to change that basically to lateral move. And I'm going to change the speed that they move just a little bit. We can tweak all these values. I'm just going to watch them for a minute and see what happens, because I'm not entirely sure what will happen. They're going to need some. They're going to need some detection for the edges, I think. Okay, cool. They can jump up platforms, which is good. I don't know why these guys aren't moving. So these guys are facing right, and they're not jumping, but the guy facing left definitely did. Ah, it's because of this. Okay, yeah, so at the moment they don't turn around at walls. So I just need to make sure that they turn around when they hit the wall as well. Which is a relatively simple thing to do. In fact, if we've not got a macro for this, we probably should have a macro for this. So let's have a look. Enemy walks back and forth, okay. Change direction, okay. Check screen edges, there we go. So I think check screen edges actually checks walls as well. So let's do that. So I thought I might have something for that. What am I doing for memory, by the way? Okay, yeah, so we're closing in on the generated warps, right? So I think maybe actually when I come back from the break, we'll quickly just make a single warp sprite and free some room up there as well. See, these are the good versions of Airwolf. Okay. Let's go to the right thing. Okay, there's this one. Hang on, oh no, I'm in the absorb, that's why. Here we go. Actually, we don't need to do that. I can do the... Hopefully now they should turn up walls as well. How's the result report, and is it kind of better now that it's delayed a little bit? Okay, it does some weird things when it's jumping up through the platform. See a good example of it now. These two are stuck in that bottom corner now. This one's going to get stuck there as well. Yeah. Oh no. See, watch this one now. Is it? You see it? It did some like weird. I need to think about how to fix that. I'm gonna go and have a smoke while I think about how to fix that. But cool, we're getting some decent stuff. Yeah, good that it's not spoiled. We should get our money back if we vote for second place winner. No. No. Good that it's not spoiled. Yes, but okay, cool. Cool. All right, that's good that it's that the delay's helping. All right, I'm going to turn the race into break mode, and I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, guys. I'm going to grab another bottle of wine while I'm at it. Right back. Right, and I'm back. As usual, I'll do a raffle. Oh, I did 3,000. I meant to do 10,000. I'll do another one for 7,000 in a second. Okay, so I'm fairly happy with his behaviour, except when it jumps up through a platform. This has become the gamble stream, hasn't it? So I just want to see what's going on. I think it's because it's changing direction multiple times. So it does this weird flicker. Not seeing it anywhere now. Last race looked like a bug. Okay, can someone clip it for me? And then I can check it out. One more raffle for 7,000. I said I'd do a 10,000 raffle, so... Yeah, if you clip it, then I can check out the clip after the stream and work out what it is. Okay, so I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to create another dynamic variable for the enemies, and make sure that they only change direction once, and it should alleviate that problem a little bit. So they don't have anything in here at the moment. Oh, they do. Okay. Yeah, they have these. Okay, so I'm going to add another one in here. I'm going to call it change direction count. So this needs to be set to 0 when it starts. It also needs to be set to 0 when the jump is complete. So here. And then I need to get that value. And skip over the check if we're there. And equal. Okay, so if it comes back with 0, I'm going to change in directions. There we go. So now it should only happen once per frame. Once per jump, so we should see slightly less glitching when it jumps up through a platform. It will change direction once, but it won't freak out like it was doing before. Who won the raffle? Spec Compson. Who won the previous one? Mitsuyama. Okay, cool. So they do get trapped in this location down here, but that's kind of fine. Just gives you a reason to get over there. It's just due to the level design, and this is why having the level editor is going to be really useful, because you'll be able to test these things out and see what happens on a level. Because that's going to end up trapped in there now as well. Oh, that one's gonna... Oh no, it did. It still freaked out when it jumped up through it. Okay, I'll run it again. I think we're looking pretty good for this though. So the next step will be this marshmallow guy, which is going to be similar. So I'll probably use this as a basis for the animation and then for the behavior, and work backwards from that. Yeah, I don't like the change in direction when they're moving upwards, but it kind of needs to happen. Otherwise, when they get to the edges, yeah, I'm not sure how to fix that. We could add something in actually that checks both sides of a sprite. Yes, let's do that actually. So in the change direction function, so I'm going to get rid of the stuff I've just done in here. I don't think we need it. Okay, so in the change direction function, which is in here, check screen edges. Here we go. I want it to do nothing if it detects on both sides, so first check both directions. Don't change if both are locked. Okay, so I'm going to grab that. And store that at behavior temp 1. Oh, I don't need 0 page there, can I? And then I'm going to do the same this direction. And it with this. And then if is equal to 0, check left. Otherwise return. I'll jump to done actually. Okay, so I think this might fix the problem by forcing the enemies to not change direction if it's going in. Wow, the chat is just it's just bet central. You cast a doping test on popular. He's going to jump into the gap, isn't he? Yeah, alright, I need to keep doing it until I see. So hopefully now it should just jump straight up through the platform and not do a jerk to either side. That's my aim anyway. Thank you for the follow, Sergio. Welcome to the stream. I'm not going to attempt to pronounce the second half of that name, but welcome, dude. Okay. Jump up through a platform. Come on, somebody do it. I think this one on the bottom left might do it in a second. No. Ah, there we go. Perfect. You see that guy then worked perfectly, so that's spot on. Okay, so I'm quite happy with that behavior now. I think the only thing I might want to change is have them jump a little bit higher, so there's more chance of them landing on a platform. So let's have a quick look, see if we can do that. So here's the jump and fall table here. Okay, I'm gonna try adding 1 to that value first. See what that does. I think it might go a bit crazy, but let's try it out. Oh no, that looks alright actually. Oh no, see how it jumped up through that platform? It looked weird. Nah, don't like it. Alright. Alright, I'll just leave it as it was. I think that's fine for now. Cool, so let's just put the map data back to normal. With some random enemies in here, so let's do 4, 3, 2. There we go. I just want to see what it's like now with various enemies in there. It should be difficult to kind of stand anywhere and feel safe, which is the aim. So like, this seems like the safest place, so let's see how long it is before. Well, there you go. It's not, because the cola bottle will jump off. Okay, this is feeling pretty good. What about here? I would say this end of the platform. Yeah, actually, that's a safe spot there. It's a safe spot until something comes out of the bubble, but comes out of the pipe. But it's not bad so far. It feels like you've really got to go. I mean, if you stood here, you can still get things. Still got those weird glitchy 2s at the bottom of the screen. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, the candy cane gets trapped in this position because it kind of jumps, because it only moves by jumping. When it jumps, it hits a wall and then turns around and jumps the other way. I wonder if it wouldn't matter. Once they get into this spot, they get trapped. That's the problem. This is where level design is going to be really important. So, like for instance, we could play that level out and see that that's a problem. We can probably fix it just by moving this platform to here, for instance. Would probably solve the issue, or just removing it, or just making it a bit higher even. Would all be valid solutions for that. So this is why playing the levels is going to be really important. Actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Maybe 2 different jumps. I like that idea. So let's go... Oops. Let's go back in here. Can I... How do I restore the... How do we do that? Control Y, okay. No. It's not that at all. Oh, okay. If it hits the edge of the platform, then it will turn around, and that's what it's doing. Okay, so what I'm going to do is... Oh my god, I forgot how to use this now. I'm going to give it 2 jump types. I like that idea. Before I do that, though, I'm going to copy this into enemy 6, because the behavior as it stands so far is exactly what I want for the basis of the marshmallow animation. So we're going to put that there, call it enemy 6. This is the mallow. I can't really who that is. Team Talima. Thank you for the raid, Team Talima, and welcome to the stream. Welcome along, everybody. What have you been doing tonight? Hopefully you've been doing some coding or some retro stuff. We're developing a C64 game. My name's Shalom50k. I do C64 dev on Saturdays. Sometimes on Thursdays. It kind of varies what I do on Thursdays. And I do some Game Boy Color dev on Tuesdays. Tonight we're looking at the game we've been working on for over a year now. But it's been done completely on stream, so that's why it's taken so long. And I'm drinking some wine, so I'm just finishing my first bottle. Which is gone now. It's very nice, even though I spilt half of it all over my desk. Did Bub win again? Oh god. So yeah, recently I've introduced a load of gambling mechanisms to the stream, and it's so the chat tends to be 90% gambling commands than it does anything else. So it's made it very hard for me to keep up with chat. So. Thank you for the follow, Dadza91, and welcome along. So yeah, we're just working on behaviors at the moment for this enemy. Oh, hang on. I should not have pressed that button. Let me just... There we go. I'll show you what we're doing now, actually. So this is Commodore 64. It's running in the Vice emulator. Shallow never reads chat anymore. Thank you for the follow, Pitbull Beer. Betsy 64, yeah, there's definitely been a lot of betting, but I am trying to do a bit more code than I have been doing in the past few streams this time. So we've just introduced this candy cane guy at the top and his behavior, so we're just keeping an eye on what he's doing. We've noticed a little bug in that he gets trapped in this bottom corner when he gets there. She should do in a second. Thank Amok. Thank you, Amok, for the bits. Appreciate it, dude. So, do you know if it has an API to verify if a user owns your game? They definitely have a system where if you've downloaded a game, you can keep downloading it from them. So they must have something. Whether or not it's an open API, I don't know, but they do have something. So if you buy a game from someone, you can go back and download it at any time. So this guy's not actually getting trapped down there anymore. I need the bits tonight, Amok. I have to spill my wine. It was a traumatic experience. Oh, he does actually get out. Occasionally it does get out. Okay, interesting. There is some bug with candy. More from the seller's point of view. I think... I'm not sure. You definitely get a list of... you get a list of emails that have purchased the game. But that's it. Yeah, I don't think you get much more than that. I don't think there's an API to directly check that. I think you'd have to go and manually check through that list. So, inline CSS are my homies. No, it's on the website, Tinspin. If you check on your sales page or something like that, you have a list of purchases. Yeah, so the I hate inline CSS. So the gambling game that crops up at the bottom, just down there, that's all done with CSS and DOM elements. There's no canvas or anything. It's just GIFs and stuff. Because I got a bit lazy, so and actually it grew out of control. So I probably should have gone with a canvas approach to it, but yeah, there's lots of CSS in that. Not so much inline though. It's all classes that are attached and removed as necessary. Thank you for the follow, Baselicker69. Appreciated. All right. I'm actually gonna leave the candy cane guy for now. I'm gonna leave him because I think it's not too bad if he gets trapped. So if you think of not the cola bottle, the jelly bean guy that appears. So if I kill some of these, so the jelly bean that will appear in this pipe, he stays trapped in an area. He doesn't leave the area that he's in. He just walks backwards and forwards along that area. So I'm not too fussed about that. Cool. All right. Yeah, the thing is, Andy, I need to step up my Python game because I know my new role is going to have a lot more Python in it than I'm used to. So I'm going to have to step that up. I'm going to have to do a refresher course on it. So it's fine. I kind of expected it. The thing is, I'm not going to be doing it at a kind of... It's more for writing tools and writing hacks and things. So yeah. New role starts in September, September 21st. So I've got about 4 weeks free, which is amazing. I've got 4 weeks to do what I want with full pay. So from August 24th to September 21st. So I get to just kind of play around at home and stuff. So. Not that I've been going to the office at all, so... When the candy cane falls through the hole, it is falling in the other direction from the ceiling. Maybe it hits the whole wall. Yeah, possibly. If it falls through, it probably will hit something. Same company after, not quite. So the company I work for, was quite big. It was about 1,000 employees, and they split into two companies. So a bigger company bought the original company, and as part of the purchase, they only purchased about 3/4 of the company. So 1/4 of it split off, and that's who I work for now. And that was about a year ago now. And so the new role that I've got is working for the original company, the bigger portion of the company that got split in two. So kind of the same company. It's definitely the same people I'm used to, the same processes that I'm used to, but a different company name. And I won't be moving to the new office. So the smaller company's moving to a new office in April, and I won't be moving with them. I'll be staying in the office that I'm in. So, well, I was in until March. Okay, I'm going to leave the candy cane because it's kind of working. If there are some small bugs with it, we can deal with them later. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to enable the marshmallow animation. So, first of all, I need to go and put him into here. So this is enemy 6. We've got quite a varied selection of enemies as well, and we're still pretty decent on memory. Yeah, I mean, I've still got just under 1k before I cut into the warp sprites. And as I say, I'm going to redo the... In fact, let's do the warp sprites while I think about it, because we can save a lot of memory doing that. So let me just turn these off a second. Alright. So what I want to do, we have these warp animations. When you absorb something, it kind of squishes and gets absorbed in. The problem is we're using, was it 5k, I think, of memory? 6, 7... Yeah, we're using 5k of memory to store these animations. And they happen so quickly, you can't really tell what they are, so... In fact, that one didn't even show anything, so there's a bit of a bug there. Oh, because I'm not storing that warped animation, but this is the thing I'm going to fix now. So basically, I just need to take one of these animations, and that can become the default animation. I'll tweak it a little bit so it looks a bit less like one enemy. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to export a snapshot from here. Send it onto my desktop. Just call it 1. Just spin that out. It's going to crash as it always does. And then if I open up this, I'll open up another one. Okay, so if I not that one, sorry. If I import that snapshot now, well, you should be able to see that animation, and I'll pick one that's kind of generic. So these are our normal sprites. This is what's... So when the transition happens, it copies these enemy sprites here so that they can be copied back. So it's not that section. Here we go. These are the absorb animations. So I'm going to open this one, and then I'm going to strip it down to just those sprites. I'm trying to, but it's not letting me delete them for some reason. Okay, it's fine. I'll just delete 32. Okay, so these are the animations that we have for the enemies. You can see we've got 4 enemies in here. So this is why there's a problem with the candy cane, because it hasn't actually put the candy cane animation in, because I haven't told it to. Did anyone clip the original error from the last race as well? Because I would like to take a look at that. All right, let's just set the colours in here so we've got some semblance of what they should look like. I think that is pink, isn't it? And then if I just put the red in here for all of these. Okay, so you can see this is the jelly bean guy. Luna, nice. So I think the jelly bean is probably generic enough. So I'm going to use that animation. And what we're going to do is we're going to basically just make it a little bit more generic. So I'm going to put the animation system in, and I'm going to import import that in here so we can see it. Oops. So you can see the last couple of frames, it really doesn't matter, but the first frame it's obvious that it's a jelly bean. And basically I want to trim this down to just those 8 sprites and use the same animation for every absorb. This is gonna make the setup a bit easier because I'm not gonna need to I'm not going to need to generate one for every sprite at the beginning. So in our start file in here, where is it now? Sprite bit table here. We generate these warp sprites here. We're not going to need to do that anymore. So that's one bit that's going to be simpler. The other bit as well is memory. So you can see here, these are the warp sprites, and they're taking up 5 kilobytes of memory. And our behaviors are in here somewhere, but they're slowly, the end of memory for all that is encroaching on this ever so slightly. It's beginning to get close to doing so. So that will free up 5k, which we can then use for doing the enemy behaviors, but also we've got things like the intro and stuff to do. Also, there's some code like this sprite warp generate, won't need to call that anymore. So there is a whole class in here, whole file in here with some tables and lots and lots of things which we should be able to remove, like these bit masks and offsets. All of this will be able to go, so I won't need to import that. So that will save us another couple of bytes there as well. Likewise, the behavior that actually runs the absorb animation down here, which I think is this one here, it won't need to work out which animation to show. It will only need to know whether it's the left or the right animation. So these are all things that are going to work to kind of save us a bit of memory. And the only payoff that we have is that we have to, the only kind of compromise we have to make is that the animation is going to be the same for them all. So I'm just going to make this animation a little bit more generic. So I think the way I'm going to do it, actually, if I can cheat this a little bit, what I could do is I could draw a sprite that I want to crush, and then show that being crushed by generating. So as I say, I'm generating these sprites here. This is the frame that it's actually crushing here. So if I just get the enemies here and I just put something in here, I can make this, whatever I draw here, be the crush animation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do something really simple, and I'm just going to draw kind of cloud of smoke of some kind. Obviously I need to tweak the settings a little bit here. Okay, so it doesn't need to look perfect, and the reason it doesn't need to look perfect is because this is going to get crushed as part of the initial animation. So all this needs to be is something roughly a kind of shape which can be crushed nicely. So because it's going to get heavily distorted almost immediately. So let's set the sprite color to grey because it's going to look grey. I can't think it's that shade of grey. Let's put some highlights around the edges. So we'll do. Where's the light coming from here? It's coming from this side. So let's put the highlights on the top right side of things. So not that there, but there. There. Okay, and then I am going to do the opposite, just on the bottom sections. I'm just going to cut them out like that. So anytime it's a bottom, cut it out. So like that. There we go. Should be enough. So it doesn't look like much now, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to export this into the game. Desktop, C64 game, assets, sprites, enemy sprites. Okay, so that'll do. Okay. So the jelly bean is at 1.3, which means it's using this one here. So this is 1.0. So this is 2.0, this is 3.0, so this is 3.8. So all I'm going to do is put 3.8 in here. So now when I run this, it will generate those warp sprites, and then I can copy them out and put them into memory at that location. So oh, Mayhem 1. Okay, so this should have generated the sprites now. So if I save that snapshot image out again, just going to save it onto the desktop again. Save at 1, it will crash because that's apparently what Vice does now when you save snapshots. And now if I load that into here, Monty on the Run, a remix by the sounds of things. So there you go, you can see this new animation here. That's what I want. Just reduce this down to 8. And there we go, that's it, nice and simple. So we'll set the sprite colours to grey. Multicolour, I think that one's... Oh, that one's pink, that one's brown. I think that'll look alright. I think that should look okay. Oh, nice gamble there, Emma. After the race, you could display the total loss money too. Yeah, I was kind of worried at first that I was spamming the chat too much with the gamble stuff, but I mean, it's kind of, you know, I've gone past the point of no return now. It's very heavily spammed, so I don't think there's an awful lot I can do about it. So, did you hear about that? Oh, oh man. Okay, so I should be able to export this now. So first of all, I'm going to save this. So we've actually got this somewhere. Right, C64 games, not gambling games. Yeah, the only reason I've done it is just to give you guys stuff to do in the chat, and it seems to be quite popular. So it's done now. I may add another event or two at some point, but I'm not in a rush to. So this is the new absorb animation, and I will now export that. Call it absorb anim .bit. There we go. Okay, so this means I can start getting rid of these things, but before I get rid of those, what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the absorb behavior to use those. So first of all, we need to import them. So I'm going to import them up at the top end of here. So it's 8 sprites, 64 bytes each. So that's 2 pages. So I need to import them at 7E100. I believe that's correct. I need to check something though. Where? Hang on, let me load that. Actually, let me load it in the debugger, because the debugger will let me know where those things are. So. Oh yeah, there's going to be a test. As soon as this game is finished, there's going to be a test. That's not. That would be really unfair. Okay, so I just want to check where in memory, because there is some other tables that get used. I just want to make sure this is all free, which it's not completely. See, there is. Oh no, it starts here. Okay, let's just make sure when I start the game that stays true. Okay, so this is completely free, so I can move it all up to that 7E100 area, which should be fine. So let's find the assets. Generated warp sprites. Here we go. So at the moment, it's just filling that area with that. So we're going to change it to absorb animation sprites, and we're going to import the binary for that as well. So that is absorb. Is it absorb anim? I forgot what I called it there. Absorb anim.bin. There we go. Right. Okay, so in order to make this work now, we need to look at this. So this is working out the sprite pointer to use. This sets the enemy frame to be that sprite pointer. Okay, so that needs to stay the same. Determine the start of the absorb animation. Okay, so this is just dependent on whether we're facing left or right. And I think that is automatically calculated in the update. E offset, yes. Okay, so all I really need to do then is change this bit here. So I need to make this point to 7E100. So store that in. Okay, I'm going to just try increment eat player, eat meter. Okay, I think it's as simple as this actually. I think if I just cancel all of that out and I think it's that simple. I lost one. Oh no. Well, whatever will you do? So hopefully now we should still get an absorb animation, but now it should just be this generic one. Which we do, and that seems to look alright as well. And this is what I mean, it was really, for such a tiny little bit, it was taking a lot of memory up. That looks absolutely fine. And what do you think, guys? I think that looks alright. And if we have a look at the memory now, yeah, see, we've got like 5.5K of free memory now. We'll let you know after the race. Okay. What are people betting on? Oh. thought Turrican was going to get it then. It seems like those results are working a lot better now. Enemy eat pointer MSB. Okay, so that's simplified that an awful lot. In fact, it could probably be simplified even more because I don't think we need this here. Oh no, it's gonna. No, let's leave that. I'm not gonna mess around with that. I think this is probably fine. But it does mean now we can take out this section here. Don't need that. So that makes that simpler. Also means we don't need the sprite warp in, so I can get rid of that line. Sprite warp in it needs to be removed. Where is that? 164. Let's just comment it for now, just in case. Okay, it's looking pretty good, and that's freed up even more. In fact, that's freed up loads. Wow, okay, so now we're actually up to 65 minus 7, 70 minus 65, so that's 9. So 6.25k, so 6.25k we've got free now, which is really good. And the behaviors aren't going to take that much up, so that leaves us a nice chunk to do the other little bits of code that we need, which means I'm a lot less worried about things now. Map data could do with being compressed, but I mean that's fine, that's something I'm fully expecting. So and there's probably a little bit more optimization we could do in some places, so I think that's a good trade-off. I think it's worth just reducing the quality of that animation by the tiniest amount. I mean, you're barely going to notice it. And in return, getting a lot of memory to play around with. So that's pretty good. I like that. Okay, cool. So let's move on to the next animation. So actually, these behaviors are going to be done pretty quickly, I think, because there's only really one more after this. I can get rid of that now. Don't need to have that. Whoops. Another airwolf. How are we doing for memory up in the Vic area? Intro sprites, dynamic absorb frames. Because we've still got room in the player sprite as well. I seem to remember that there's a little bit of room in there, so we can probably add another enemy or two in. So if anybody's got any ideas for more enemies, it's that one, isn't it? No, it's not. Oh, that's not. Oh, is it that one? No, that's an old one. I need to get rid of some of these old files. That's an old one as well. Of course, it's the one called player test. That makes sense. But you can see there's still room in here for things. Not a lot of room, but there is room. So we can always squeeze one or two more enemies in. So, all right, it's time to have this second bottle. So this is a Chardonnay tonight, and I've written it as. Hang on, let me fix that. I wrote it that it was a Sauvignon Blanc, and it's not. It's a Chardonnay. So this is my wine emote, wine command. A fairly cheap bottle of Chardonnay. It's kind of hard to see with the light from the screen. Let me. It's from Chile, so it should be quite nice, I think. Actually, let me finish this. I don't want to mix. Let's see if I can get through this bottle without spilling it all over my desk. The Chardonnay's a little bit easier to drink. Sauvignon Blanc is kind of quite herby and grassy. It's got quite a sharp taste to it. Chardonnay's a little bit easier to drink, so... I mean, really, if I'm drinking 2 bottles on stream, I probably should be drinking Chardonnay, so... But that's quite smoky. It's an interesting flavour. Yeah, it tastes smoky. Interesting. It's nice. I like it. You know, it's funny because that's the one thing wine never tastes like grapes. It's really strange. You never see wine tasters do this and go, yes, grapes. That's got a really strange smell to it, or bouquet, as they say. It's interesting one. That I don't know how it's gonna be once I've got halfway through the bottle and it's warmed up a bit. Still need to get myself a wine fridge, don't I? Okay, cool. So I'm really pleased with that. We've freed up shitloads of room now. If we've got room left over when the game is finished, I'd probably extend those animations a little bit so they're a bit smoother, but keep the same kind of blob that animates, just smooth it out a little bit. But I think it's probably fine. All right, let's add the animations in then here for enemies. I'm just wondering if I should maybe split the behaviors up into individual files, and then they're a bit easier to manage then. Yeah, I might do that actually, because I think I'm not sure, but I think I can import. It'd be a good way to test something as well. So I just wonder if I can do something like importing into here and it import within this scope. I can't believe you can code SM while drinking wine. I can't understand it on the best of it. My best day. I've got used to it. I don't know if it's just me, but I think I code slightly better when I've had a drink. I just don't do maths very well when I've had a drink. That's the problem. Actually, I'm not going to split it up yet. I probably will split this up at some time because this is getting quite large. Actually, no, I will. I'm going to go and have a cigarette. When I come back, I will split these files up into smaller portions as well. Yeah, drinking does relax you, and it's because so reading that book, I can't remember who recommended it, but it's because coding is part of my fast brain, so I do it without really thinking about it, and so I think drinking loosens my inhibitions a little bit, and any kind of doubt I might have had before, I stop completely, and it just pours out of me. Whereas maths is definitely my slow brain, so anything that hinders me is going to affect that. All right, I'm going to go for a quick break. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I'll leave the races on. And there you go, and I should be back in about 3 or 4 minutes, guys. Be right back. Right, I'm back. See who wins this race. Oh, anyone bet on that? Oh, wow. DMX won massive on that. Wow. Oh, wow. Wow, wow, there's some big winners here now. Oh, well done. Andy won't be pleased with that because he'll be slipping down the leaderboards now. Wow, well done, guys. I forgot what I was going to say now. I had something I was going to say. No, it's completely skipped me. Oh, hey, Cosmin, that's what I was going to say. I saw you come in. So, oh, wow, so there's some serious points. Who's number one in the board then? No, Andy's just in the lead. Just. Okay, so I'm gonna split these files, this file into separate files because it's getting a little bit out of hand, and with it being individual behaviors, it kind of makes sense. So I'm gonna create a folder in here, call it enemies, and then I'm gonna put the files in here. So enemy 01. So let's give them actual names in here. So new file. What is the first enemy? Actually, let's just put the power up in and see if we can get it to work with the power up. So let's call the new file powerup.asm, and then I'm just going to copy that into there. Because if this works, it's just going to make it a lot easier to deal with. So hopefully now I should just be able to do import enemies power up, and hopefully this will work. So we'll test this, and if this works in that it keeps the same same scope in here, it should be good. So let's have a look. What did it actually queue? Oh. It looks like it's worked. Let's just see if the power-ups work when they come out. Yep, they seem to. Okay, cool. So that means we can easily strip this down now into individual enemies. So let's call it a boiled sweet. Jelly bean. Because the behaviors themselves are kind of standalone. They don't rely on anything else other than the macros that are set up. So it makes sense to have them in kind of files like this instead. And it makes it a lot easier for me to go through it. I'm also going to put what they are in here as well. So this is boiled sweet. This is jelly bean. Cola bottle. Oops. So we've got saucer and candy cane. Saucer, candy cane. Okay. Candy cane. Oh, and then we've got mallow as well, which is a take on this. So oh god damn it. And then mallow as well. And then that means the only other behaviors are the global behaviors, which I'll leave in there. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, cool. So this is much neater now. Okay, cool. Right, I just want to do some quick tests just to make sure that I can play through the game as normal. Nothing breaks through doing that. I don't think it will do, but I just need to make sure. So the stun behavior works, the absorb behavior works. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. Power-ups still work. Cool. All right. So there is one global behavior that I haven't put in yet, and that is if one of the enemies touches one of these colored platforms, then it should clear the color as it goes. But we'll do that when we've got the mallow in, I think. So we'll do that first, and then I'll do the mallow first, and then I'll add that behavior in, because that can be a global behavior down here that gets called maybe as part of position an enemy. So whenever an enemy is positioned, it will also call this this other behavior as well. And it won't be a macro. This will just be a subroutine. In fact, it's probably better off putting it in here. So that shouldn't affect memory at all. It hasn't, which is good. Oh, and I didn't do a raffle, so here's my after break raffle. There we go. Thank you for the follow, Old School J. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well on this quite balmy Saturday afternoon. It's all right. I mean, it's not as nice as the Sauvignon, but it's okay. It does have a really weird smoky smell to it, though. I don't know if that's deliberate, but I wonder if they've kept it in smoked barrels or something. It doesn't say anything about it, but maybe you didn't wash your hands after a smoke, yeah. No, I mean, it's definitely got a smoke. It's almost like a barbecue smell to it. Who won the raffle? Acmafin won. Nice. Join with 100 tickets. Okay, so this is the mallow. So I want the mallow to be quite similar to the candy cane. It's gonna sit in a place. It's gonna wait for a little while, and then it's gonna jump. Now, when it jumps, it's gonna jump a lot higher. So I'm gonna double whatever the jump value is in. It's also gonna jump in a direction, a random direction. You're not gonna know which direction it jumps in. It's not gonna change its frame based on that. And when it gets to the top of its jump, it's just gonna slam back down. It's gonna slam down quite fast. I might add some screen shaking to it as well when it does it, because we've already got the system in place for that. So basically, it's a case with that enemy. It's a case of if it jumps, get away from underneath it, because if you're right underneath it, you're going to get stamped on. Acmafin's redeeming these because he's going to use them all. At some point, he's going to use all these jokes. It's my... No, one sec. I need my smoke inhaler thing. I've got to the point now, I've drank enough that I can't go an hour without some nicotine, so... It's just that Griffin knows how to destroy a joke. Alright, so let's put nothing but mallows in now, so let's find the map, here we go. So these are all going to spawn as candy canes, because that's what the behaviour currently is telling it to do. So let's just make sure that that works, and we do spawn nothing but candy canes, and then we'll trim that down to... we'll trim it down to be, well, adjust it to be the mallows instead. So yeah, we've got the candy canes in. Okay, so it's spawning nothing but candy canes, that's good. So that means it's working. Okay, right, so that means now we can open up just the mallow and work on that, which is good. It means we've just got one file to work on, and it's not so big. Don't encourage him, DMX, don't encourage him. Do you know what, I fancy a tune. Is it number... I think it's number 4. I think that's the right one. I'll find out. Okay, I'll back off. Oh, it does. I've not used it since I used it before it was Game Maker Studio. It was just called Game Maker, and It's been a while since I used it, but okay, so jump left and jump right. Okay, we don't necessarily need jump left and jump right here. So we look at the animation. Yeah, this is the right tune. So I had self-indulge here. I'm going to turn this up a bit. 2-channel tunes as well. So it needs to stay in this frame. Is going to be 2E. Need to think about this. But this is the guy. Yeah, so it's pretty much the same as the candy cane. It's going to stay in this animation frame. Then it's going to do a little precursor. This is it's about to jump. Then it's going to do this while it's jumping. And then it's going to go back through these. Actually, no, it can go straight from there to there, I think. I think it should look alright. Okay, let's try this out. So I don't think we need these in place. Let's go through and have a look. So I like your SID system play system on here. Is this all drawn from HVSC? Yeah, so I've basically got all the tunes downloaded locally from HVSC. Then it uses the players from DeepSID. So it's actually got in my overlay there's a DeepSID a copy of the DeepSID code embedded in the page. Now the only reason I've done that is I was too lazy to figure out how to set a player up, and this was an easy way to hack the player in. And then when you do a search, it tries to find the best match it can, which was actually the most amount of time I spent doing that actually. And then it just plays through the SID players on there. So but yeah, it works quite well actually. It's definitely saves me a lot of time. I used to spend a lot of time manually playing them on DeepSID and coming up with a playlist. This way, you guys have full control over it, and it works out quite well. It also skips the sound effects portions of files as well. You do have full control over it, kind of. I have ultimate control though. I can insert anything into the playlist that I want as the next tune. You have inside info that Doc is feeling better. It didn't work though. Right, okay, let's have a look. So this is the spawn. We don't need to face left or right, we just need to set an enemy frame. So here we're setting the frame based on whether we're facing left or right. We don't need to do that at all. So I'm going to set some new things up here. So this is going to be, I'm going to call it static frame. And that is going to be frame, was it 2E I think? And that's what we're going to load in. Color wise, I don't think it actually uses the colors. Oh, it uses red. Okay. So we set red. We do need to pick a direction to face. Now, the reason we need to pick a direction to face is because we need to know which way we're going to jump. But we don't need to set any. We don't need to set any frames based on that. We just need to set our enemy state to say which way we're facing. So face left, face right, should be fine. Face done, don't need to do that. Which means we don't need to do that as well. Okay, so we don't need to do that. So let's put a little note in here to say this is set up the jump timer. I think this should wait a little bit longer to jump, so I'm going to add a little bit more onto here. It's about, what's that? It's about 2 seconds or so. Let's do that, 2 seconds. Actually, no, it's not 2 seconds, is it? 2 seconds is 3, so that's about 3 seconds. Yeah, so if you're unsure, you can put the full path in. If you just exclude the first slash, because Twitch will think you're trying to do a command and it will fail. But if you put the full path, it should link straight to it. There you go, perfect. Whereas if you just put, if there's no slashes in it, it won't think it's a path, and then it will try and find the closest match. And it will ignore the .sid on the end in that case. So it would have tried to match mainframe.sid and it would have found no match because it would have only seen mainframe, if that makes sense. It takes a bit of practice. Once you get used to it, you can pretty much queue anything you need. Another reason the price is so low as well, so... it will pick the first one it finds, I think. Because it will search and it will produce a list of what matches your search, and it will score each one based on how close it is to what you typed. Now, Airwolf obviously is going to have loads of close matches, so they'll all have the same score, and then it will just pick the first one in the list in that case. I'm considering putting a random suffix as well, so you'll be able to do something like you can do with hash and then number to pick a subtune. I think if I do something like hash random or something, then it will pick a random tune that matches. But I might add that this week. Shouldn't take too long to do. Okay, so we've set the frame, we've set the colour, and we've set the timer. Let's make sure that jump timer is the same at the other end as well. So here. So this is resetting the jump timer. The lateral move is the same, except when we're going down. So when we're falling, so this bit here, it should just jump to done. Okay, so on update, what do? We need to set the colour. I don't know why we're setting the colour every frame. Don't need to do that. Oh, no, if we're stunning, we do. Okay, so we do need to set the colour. Have we hit projectiles? That's normal. So these are kind of the standard for the on update. All on updates tend to have these things in them, just with a different colour. Okay, we need to test the freeze against each of the enemies as well, because I kind of want the freeze to to freeze them in place. Even if they're in midair, I think they should freeze. And I don't think that's the case on all of them. I think it is on this one and on the candy cane, but I don't think that's the case for them all. So we need to make sure the freeze works. So what if we are frozen here at power up? If we're already in a jump animation, then we go to the jump routine, which is here. Otherwise, are we falling? If we're falling, then we jump to done. Otherwise, we snap the enemy to the floor and then we do some checks here. So, right. So these are the three frames. So I say 0, 1, and 2. So these are going to correspond to 0, 1, and 2. So let's put these in here. So pre-jump frame and jump frame. Now I could just use these values directly, but the reason I'm putting them in here is just in case I start moving things around. It's a bit easier to find the right kind of frames by putting them like this. It wastes a couple of cycles and a few bytes, but it's not huge loss. And then this is the slam frame. So the slam frame is something we'll have to deal with. Sorry, watching the race. I'm worried that there's bugs in the race mechanics. I mean, there shouldn't be now. It should be pretty. Oh, wow. Okay, that was harsh. Mayhem almost won that, but Doc came through at the end. So Doc froze everybody just as Mayhem was about to cross the line. So that was a sneaky win from Doc there. But that looked fine. So that was. If it goes blue, it means Doc has frozen everybody. Some more wine. Okay, so yes, we do need to snap the enemy to the floor. We do need to do this, and then we need to pick what we're doing. If we jump in, we do this. Otherwise, pre-jump animation frame. Okay, face left, face right, doesn't matter. So this is just going to be static frame, comma Y. So the direction we're facing in doesn't matter. So I can get rid of all of that. Set static memory jump index 0. So this is going to set the... Okay, correct routine. Okay, jump and fall table, here we go. So I want to double the speed that this happens. So I am going to take that value, I'm going to shift it to the right, no, to the left, sorry. And other than that, it should stay the same. I think that's actually it. I think that's all I need to do. I just need to put the slam stuff in. Okay, lateral move, jump right, jump left. Don't need to set enemy frames if we change directions, so I don't need to do those. That should be fine. I did consider giving Doc rewind, But I realised that the logistics of getting that to work would have been far too much, so I just gave him the pause instead. Okay, the fall needs to be a bit quicker. But the routine's pretty much okay. I think the jump left and right needs to be a bit more, so I'm going to double the... Because I kind of want these to... Actually, quite a bit more than double. I kind of want these to move around a lot more, so... Make Dog rewind the last 10 games. Can you imagine that? Take points off the winners. Okay, I think the animation frame is wrong though. I think it needs to just do the open mouth when it's slamming down. So I'm going to change that to 2F as well. So this is why it's good to have this bit in here. And then if it's falling, so I'll have the fall frame in here. So we've got a fall check here. If we're falling, it does this. I'm actually going to make it fall again. So it's going to do 2 fall checks, which should make it slam down a lot quicker. At the same time, I'm going to, after the first one, set the enemy frame. So that's going to become a fall frame, like so. And then here it's going to be fall complete, which is going to be used for setting the... There's going to be another timer which ticks down, which is going to be how many frames... It's going to be how many frames the slam animation stays. So that's going to be like this. So for now, this will just do what it was doing before. But here I'll be able to put a slam counter in as well. Oh my god, that's a terrible joke. Wow, I take back what I say about the bot. I think the bot might actually be slightly worse than Akmafin. Okay, that's pretty good. I mean, it's slamming down now, which is good. I think the prep frame is probably a little bit too long now. So this frame, where is it? Where's it gone? This one here, I think this is too much, so I'm going to turn that right down. Oh, this is... Right, I'm just going to leave these on for a minute or so, just to... Okay, I think they wait too long. I think they do need to jump around a little bit more frequently than that. So I'm going to put that back to 32. Actually, I'm going to put some stuff in here. Const. I definitely feel better about these being in one file. It's a bit easier to manage. Separate files even. This is a good version of this. Bayliss has done a good job here. Oh, it's a close one, close one. DMX, you're on a roll tonight. Yeah, that feels a little better. I'm going to shorten the random timer as well. So... Oh, I thought it was going to go into Lambada then. First couple of notes, anyway, it's the boss fight from Parasol Stars. Okay, so final thing we need here now is slam counter. So it's going to start at 0, and basically all we're going to do is whenever we can do it here, basically set slam frame if necessary. So we're going to get static memory slam counter times feet 4. So if it's 0, we're not going to do anything. However, if it is set, then we're going to load the accumulator with slam frame. And you see how using macros makes this so much easier. I mean, parallax hell, fuck maths. Unfortunately, I've had it. Ooh, all right, that's. Ooh. Well, you're not going to get anything from that. It's not gonna return anything. It is possible to make requests that don't find anything. Oh, Akmafin, you've queued the Parasol Stars boss fight up. Cool. Okay, so Parallax is really easy in Game Maker though, surely, because you just set different layers, right? It's not. I guess knowing how far to move them, I guess, is the thing, but it should be relatively easy to do. I need to do something in Game Maker. I do have a full license for Game Maker, including all the kind of consoles and stuff, so I should do something in that at some point, but too much to do. It'd be funny to do a modern version of .cosmos that goes back every time so it has more than one timeline. So it has like 3 timelines. You have modern, C64, C64 Petsky mode. And you have to choose the right one. But it would be a whole thing. It's been a while since I used Game Maker though, so I probably can't be of much help. Plus I've had a drink, so my maths is not going to be great. But the way I've always done Parallax is for every pixel I move the front layer, move the next layer half of that, move the next layer half of that, move the next layer half of that, and so on. And just change the... Interesting. How did it get that then? Check screen edges. I wish I could tell you how it found that, but that's what it came up with. Question of sport. How have you queued a question of sport? You don't even know what a question of sport is. That's a very British thing. Oh, you... I see. I was going to say, Question of Sport is a very, very British thing. It's a British TV panel quiz show where it's like they take 3 sporting celebrities on each side and they just have a quiz about sport, basically. So it's a bit of a British institution. I think it's still going as well. I mean, it's been going since like the early 80s or mid 80s. And I'm pretty sure it's been Sue Barker the whole time as well, or for the majority of it anyway. But you know who Steve Davis is, okay? Okay, so all we need to do now is we need to set this slam counter. So if it is equal to 0, we come to here. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to... it's in the accumulator now, so we're just going to subtract 0, 1 from it. Set it. If we pass null in as a parameter, it will set whatever's in the accumulator. And then the only other thing we need to do is make sure that when we've landed, we set these values. So that was full complete. Here we go. Okay, cool. That should be the mallow working perfectly now. Hopefully. No, it's stuck in the wrong frame for some reason. Okay, let's have a look. Is it always doing? Maybe it's always hitting this point. Emlyn Hughes, yes. Oh my god, yeah. Jesus. I was just gonna say, was it Sue Barker all the time? But no, it was Dave. Yeah, that's right. I remember David Coleman. I don't think I remember David Vine. I definitely remember David Coleman. Maybe I do remember David Vine. Yeah. Yeah. Sue Barker's done it for a long time, though. I mean, she's at least done it for 20 years now. Easily. Yeah, it is Lambada. They've completely ripped that tune off. Okay, full counter. So, this thing here, this should be setting it only when the full is complete. So, hang on. Oh wait, no, this is always setting it. So this is not correct. Okay, so let's let's get rid of that. Okay, so we need to figure out where to set that slam counter. So let's have a look at do fall, see if we can set any other properties in that. So okay, we just need one other property in here, so I'm just going to add a was falling. And I'm going to reset that as well to 0. And then where we do the fall, which is here, if we get to this point here, then we were falling. So what we can do is we can set static memory was falling 0, 1. Same. Oh no, hang on. Yes, no, hang on. Yeah, same there, same there. Right, okay, so we're definitely falling at this point. And then down here, so where are we falling? So if that's equal to 0, we jump to here. Otherwise, what we need to do is we need to reset that value. But we also need to set slam counter to 4. Should be right, I think. I'm feeling very productive with the code tonight. I fell asleep. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for the chat. May the Airwolf be with you. You too, DMX. Thanks for joining. As ever. See you on the next one. The hell is this? Steve Davis. You're requesting some random stuff tonight, Aquafin. I like it. Oh, thank you for the follow, Queno Malo, as well. I missed that. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it, and welcome to the stream. Okay, so now it's doing that full frame all the time, so it's still not quite right. So we need to do that check here instead. So at the moment we're checking it all the time here. We need to check it here instead. Here. So we check if we were falling. If we weren't falling, we jump to here. Otherwise, we reset some values. Should be, I think. It needs to be a bit longer. 4 is not enough, so let's go with 8. Ah. I like this, pretty good. Okay, it's doing that very thing for it. It's just it's not staying for too long, so I'm just trying to get the. Just trying to get the length right on the animation. No, it's too long. Oh yes, HSVC picks up HVSC. Sorry, picks up everything. You don't have to submit it if it's released in some format. They will pick it up. Good night, Quadrasoul. Well, thanks for joining the stream, dude. Appreciated. Still, it's spending too long. I think it needs to be a bit less. And good night. Oh, sorry, that was. I was going to wish you good night twice then. But yeah, take care, dude. I'm going to go for a break in a minute. That's better. That feels better. I mean, it's amazing. Parasol Stars has basically just completely ripped that tune off. There's no two ways about it. But then Taito did this quite a lot with, or Taito did this quite a lot with tunes. Anyway, I mean, Rainbow Islands is somewhere over the rainbow. This seems alright actually. This seems like quite a nice mechanic, and it's fast enough for it to be a pain in the ass. You've really got to kind of keep your eye on the ball. So see if I can predict when it's going to hit me and move out of the way. Ah, chicken song, fitting image. Ah, see, too slow. Yeah, this is about right actually. This is good. Ah, bollocks! I ran into that there. This is working quite well. I think they need to move a little bit more left and right. So I'm just going to add another one. They're going to move quite quickly, but this is what I want with these. I want these to be the pain in the ass enemy, basically. Yeah, stick a deck chair up your nose, tie a jet, and then bury all your clothes. All the elements which are ideas, and you find the instance in the global instance idea, right? But I was doing it at all. A typical coder, isn't it, to say, how did that even work? I don't understand how that was working. I think somebody posted it on Twitter not long ago, the kind of flow of looking at a bug for a developer. And the first step is going, well, this should work. There shouldn't be anything wrong here. This should be absolutely fine. And then you investigate the bug, and then you find out that there's something wrong in the code, and you go, I don't understand how this could have possibly worked before. I think you meant entertainer, didn't you? Unentertainer. Haha. Oh yeah, it happens in all development, Cosmin. Honestly, it's one of those things. You're absolutely convinced that something should be working fine, and then for some reason it doesn't. And then when you look at it, you think, why is this even working? It should never have worked ever. Okay, so again we get this situation where they get blocked in. So I'm gonna tone down. Actually, no, I want the jump to be really extreme. I want them to move left and right a lot. So. That's better. Actually, I think the move up needs to be slower. I think they need to go. They need to. I'm not sure how to do this. I want them to go up as high, but I don't want them to go up as quick. Maybe they need a new jump table. So I'm going to create their own jump table. I think that's what I'm going to do here. So we've got a jump table. Where is it? This one here. No, not this one. Where's the freaking jump table? Here. And we're doing this double. So if I get rid of the double, the problem is they're not going to jump as high, and I want them to jump high. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to give them a new jump table. I've got another Airwolf too. Yeah, they don't jump as high, and I don't like that, so... Oh! Oh, there was a bum note in that. What is tables? Oh, it's in libs. Of course it's in libs. Yeah. Okay, and then I'm basically just going to double everything up in here, so... which should give the same effect of it jumping high, but it will be over a longer period of time. Oh dear. That's another Acmafin level joke there. That's pretty good. You have the best nostalgia kick right now, thank you for that. Cool, Calidaria. You did 6502 back in the day then? Or Airwolf, yeah, I guess. Okay, now I need to half the speed because now they're moving far too much across the screen. So let's make this exactly half. Well, let's do 300, that should be. That's better. So quite floaty on the way up, but they need to slam down, which is what I wanted. Cool. All right, cool. I'm going to go for a quick break because I need the toilet. And I need to smoke. And when I come back, I think we've only got one more enemy to add the behaviors. I thought this is going to take me all months to do. So we may get the animator, the level editor, sorry, a lot quicker than this. So I have a C64 and did a lot of retro programming in general, and Amiga, of course. Yeah, you're in good company here. There's plenty of Amiga devs in the chat. And on Discord as well. If you've not already joined my Discord, you should join if you want a real nostalgia kick. People in that Discord link just down there, or wherever I've put it there, come from all kind of levels of kind of ability, and we've got a lot of devs that used to do C64 back in the day, a lot of Amiga devs, a lot of people who worked for the big software houses back then, and we all talk about coding and various things. It's a nice little community. Definitely recommend it if you're into the retro stuff. All right, I'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. So I'm just chuckling on. Discord making me laugh. The ST deserves everything it gets, to be fair. I would actually like to own an ST. I would like to get one, just so I can add it to my collection up there, but I don't think I'd ever like to code anything on it. I just feel stupid. If I was going to do something in 68,000, I'd use an Amiga, definitely. And I didn't put the races on, did I? So I'll give you a couple of minutes of constant races. Sorry, I forgot to put them on. So I don't know what this one is. It's like a gumball or something. I'm going to call him Gumball. So let's go and add a new Gumball behavior in. Go. Gumball file. Now, the Gumball, I want this to be pretty similar, actually, to the cola bottle. So I'm going to use the cola bottle as a base for this. So let me grab the cola bottle. But the difference is, let's put its behavior in here. Enemy walks back and forth on platform, drops off edges, but if an enemy is above it, will jump. So I want this to kind of walk backwards and forwards across the platforms, but I want it to also jump up platforms if it can find something to jump up to. So we'll keep the same behavior. So the first job is just going to be to set the frame so that it works correctly. So let's start by just going and filling the map with gumballs. So just make sure this works. We should just see cola bottles first. Okay, one more race and then I will stop it. So let it come up again. Oh, Acmafin, you've come right down. What's going on, man? Okay, so we should just see cola bottles now. Okay, we do see cola bottles, that's good. Or maybe I'll make them jump at edges. Maybe when it gets to the edge it can jump instead. So let's start by getting the actual frame animations in. Hopefully they match up, so it's 3 frames in each direction, same as this. The cola bottle starts here, so let's have a look. Do we have... Okay, we do have some walk frames, that's good. And it starts here, let's walk right. Let's close that, don't need that. Close that, don't need that one. Really quick, yep. So we're starting at 1F here, instead we need to start 2 0 3 0 3 2. Okay, so 3 2 3 3 3 4. I'll make this 3 5 3 6 3 7. So we're going to make this jump at edges. So first of all, I just want to make sure that the frames are correct. So just a reminder, around about 2 o'clock, 2:30, depending on how well we do with the behaviours, I might finish it a little bit earlier. We're going to play Parasol Stars on the PC Engine. Oh, that box is there. I'm going to play Parasol Stars on the PC Engine, which I'm not going to put on my desk. I've just split it there. And we're going to try and document as much of it as we can. So the things I want to document are the things that are difficult to to grasp initially. So we're going to start with the scoring, which means we're going to make a note of all the different drops that appear, all the different food areas that appear. Well, not the food areas, but the actual icons that appear that you can pick up. So we're gonna document those. Thank you for the follow, Calidaria. Welcome to the stream and welcome to Discord and welcome to Retro World. You'll enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. So I need to make a list of what all those power-ups, all those pickups are, and what points they're worth. But I also want to get a sense for how much you score when you do various things. So how much do you score when you shoot a bubble? How much do you score when you hit an enemy and stun it? How much do you score if you just kill one enemy? And you get more if you if you line a load of enemies up that are all stunned and hit them all in a row, you'll get an increasing amount for each one. I need to make a note for how much that is. And along the way, if we get any specials that appear, I'm going to make a note of what those specials are and what effect they have as well. Because they have different effects depending on which ones you pick up. And hopefully over the next couple of streams, I'll do this kind of consistently on Saturdays. And over the next couple of streams, we should hopefully be able to build up a picture of what's needed. The only thing I might need to do, and I might do this on a Thursday stream, is, if I can find the tools to do it, is do a dissect of the game and find out where the counters are for various things. So lots of things count what's happened. I don't have to do it with the PC Engine version, although it would be nice to do it with that. I could also do it with the Amiga version. But things like it counts how many steps you take, how many times you jump, how many times you shoot a bubble. So by bubble I mean those the elements that appear. And it counts them somewhere, and those also trigger other specials as well. So we need to kind of try and investigate those a little bit. So I might do a little bit of experimentation off stream. And if I can find the right tools to do it, we can either do it on the Amiga or we can do it on I'd like to do it on the PC Engine because that's the original version. And while I believe Andrew Braybrook did a very good job with the Amiga version. Actually, no, he did Rainbow Islands. I don't know who did the Amiga version of Parasol Stars. But while they did a very good job, I wouldn't trust them to be 100% accurate. So if I can get it from the PC Engine ROM, that would be the best. Anyway, so we should see, hopefully, gumballs moving around now. I haven't set the colour of them, so they're all going to be red at the moment, okay. And they're turning at the edges, they're moving. Okay, this is looking alright. I'm going to set the colour now, so what colour do we have in here? We have light blue, don't we? Yeah, light blue. So that should set the colour. Oh, Dev Pack will do it on the Amiga. Okay. Sticky stars, yeah. Because actually the engine I've got already for Parasol Stars is very, very close to this, to what I need. There's not an awful lot that needs to be done to it other than kind of adding assets and all the different bonuses in, but the gameplay itself is pretty solid. One thing I do need to do though is it's only one player at the moment, and I want to make it 2-player. And the problem with that is that the main sprite is 3 sprites. So there's Bub himself, which is 1 sprite, then there's his umbrella, which is another one, and then there's the elements that are on top of his umbrella. I want to try and get that down to 2 if I can. I think I can do it. It just means combining Bub and the umbrella into 1 sprite, and the elements that are on top, and maybe the top of the umbrella into another one. I need to work out the logistics of it, but because without it, what's going to happen is you've got 3 sprites to 1 player, 3 sprites to the other player. That means you can only have 2 sprites between them without flickering. Now the multiplex that I'm using is pretty good, so it should be able to handle quite a lot of sprites, but obviously you're still going to get a flicker if you have more than 2. Whereas if I up that to 4, that's going to be a lot less chance of it flickering, or it's going to take a very extreme kind of scenario to create flickering, and you'd need 2 players. So that means in 1 player you could have 6 enemies in front of you with no flicker. In 2 player you can have the other player and 4 enemies in front of you. Okay, so this is pretty good. All I want to make it do now is when it gets to the edge of the platforms is to jump. So at the moment they're just falling off. So actually what we need to do here is probably more like the jelly bean, where it changes directions. So let's have a look at the jelly bean as well. So let's have a look. So it does this check here. So it checks the floor and then changes directions. Checks the floor and changes direction. So actually, I think it might be better using the jelly bean as a starting point for this. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to change this to enemy 7. Forever young. And I can just change these animation frames here. Because I think that's closer to what I want. Because it's not that I want it to change direction. It's going to be when it gets to this point here, instead of changing direction, what it's going to do is it's going to do a jump instead. Because at the moment it's guessing somewhere in here there is a... No, there isn't one for checking the directions. Okay, so I'm going to keep that like that, and I'm also going to open Candy Cane, because that's got our jump mechanics in it, so we'll use the jump mechanics from Candy Cane. So that means we need a jump index, so let's get a jump index into the gumball. Call it 0, 1. That means we need to reset those values. So we need FF as the reset value. Okay, cool. So if I run this now, we should just get a behavior that's similar to the jelly bean. It should just work exactly the same, actually, not just similar. The PC Engine manages to flicker a lot very well. Yeah, what I'm hoping to do, and it's something I've been meaning to do with my So the multiplex that I'm using in Parasol Stars is definitely the most advanced multiplex that I've done so far. It's the tightest multiplexer, and it uses some clever kick assembler trickery to kind of to unroll certain parts of the loop and speed it up. But what I want to do is I want to add, if there are more than whatever the limit is going to be, so it's probably going to be 4. If there's more than 4 multiplex sprites, because the players never multiplex, the player should never flicker. But if there's more than the number of multiplex sprites in that location, then what it will do is it will alternate. So if there's 5 multiplex sprites, then the last 2 will flicker, but on and off. Whereas what will happen at the moment is one will just disappear, so it just won't get drawn. So I want to make it so that it kind of reorders the draw list based on whether or not it was drawn last frame and whether it's not drawn this frame and that sort of thing. Which means it's going to be even more advanced. But I'm hoping the work that I've done in the past year and year and a half or whatever it is since I did that code, in fact, probably more, it's probably like 2 years, means I can do that more efficiently. And there's a lot of stuff I need to redo, like the food that appears, like the pickups that appear. I don't think the routine for that is very good. It has some bugs in it where sometimes bits of it get left behind, so I need to look at that a little bit. But everything else is pretty solid. I still need to do like bosses, and there's a lot to do. I mean, it's probably going to take another year of work. But I'm hoping I can get you guys involved in it. And there we go, they're walking side to side now. And I might make them walk a little bit faster, actually. And yeah, so using music and graphics that you guys create, hopefully. Yeah, I'm going to make these guys walk a bit faster, I think. I think it's better that they do, because if they're going to jump, then... And there's something I want to do with the jelly bean anyway, which is to make the jelly bean speed up. If it sees an enemy in front of it, it's going to speed up. Which should make them a little bit more tricky to deal with. Yeah, there we go. They're a bit faster now, so it should be a bit harder to get, which they are, which is good. Okay, cool. Okay, so I want them to jump when they reach edge. So at the moment they're changing directions. So instead what I want them to do is I want them to enter a jump. So let's find in Candy Cane where we start the jump. So start jump. So it's that simple. We set the static memory index to 0 for the jump index. So we can do that in here. So change direction. Here we go. So change direction is flipping the frame over when it reaches the edges. We've got 1 for warp left and 1 for warp right. So, okay, this is kind of a bit messy, but so instead we're just going to set that. I'm just going to cancel that out. So it's not going to actually change direction. It's just going to jump when it hits the edges. Oh, what's this? Thing on a spring. Do need a jump done in here. Actually, I don't need a jump done because it's there, but I'll leave it in for now anyway. So the moment this is just going to drop off the edges, because setting the jump index doesn't do anything. But what I want to see now is what happens when it hits a wall, because I don't think it's going to change direction now. Oh, okay, it hits the edge. Oh, because it should be jumping. All right, let me try again. Hopefully, I can pick one that goes the other way. Yep, there is a GitHub, and he's posted it there. Yeah, there you go. It says all sorts of stuff on there. It's mostly, in fact, it's all C64. My Game Boy stuff that I do on Tuesday isn't shared on there. But you can see the code from this stream. And the code from my Thursday streams as well, where I do lots of different effects and stuff. So, good night, and hopefully we'll see you again. So I'm looking for one that's walking towards a wall. There we go. So it's hit the wall and it's stopped. Okay, so... oh. So I think I can do this here. I think if I just do jump swing and check screen edges here, that might fix it. So checking the screen edges means if it hits a wall, it should turn around, but if it hits an edge of a platform, it won't. So it's not going to turn there. It's not going to turn there. It's not going to turn there either. Okay, I need one that's going to walk into a wall. That 8 shouldn't be there. Okay. Oh, god damn it. Am I going to get one? No, it's not. I need to get one that's going to hit a wall. Come on, it's this guy I need. This guy I need to be... Oh, damn it, no, it's power up. Okay. I need the guy in that bottom left pipe to... No problem, old school Jay. Thanks for joining, and hopefully we'll see you again soon as well. Good night, dude. Oh god, every time it's... yeah. Come on, be a... There we go. Yeah, and he does. Okay, so he turns when he hits the edges, so that's good. So all we need to do now is make them jump when they come out. So we've set the jump index in here. So what we need to do now is we need to do a check somewhere. Yeah, this walk seems a little bit messy because it's doing two lots of... Like it's doing a check left and a check right. That's fine. I'm going to make this work. I'm going to make this work somehow. Okay, so this means I might have to duplicate code a little bit. So don't need the enemy frame to change there, so get rid of that. So let's have a look at the thing. So do jump routine. Where do I check that? So I'm checking here. And there's a do fall as well. And that happens straight after the freeze active. Okay, so let's just copy... Ooh, pardon me. Let's just copy that. Let's have a look where the freeze is. So we've already got the fall in, so that's good. So let's just put it in here. Let's get rid of the fall. Check if the enemy is already in a jump animation. Okay, so if we are in a jump animation... If we're falling... Okay, we might need to jump into here from the fall. Okay, so do jump routine. Okay, let's just put the jump routine here. It doesn't really matter that it's after it or not. We can always jump backwards. It's fine. Let's go and have a look at the jump routine. Okay, let's copy the entire jump routine. Okay, so jump routine is getting our index, setting a jump and fall table, reset the jump timer. Okay, so we don't need a jump timer here, so we can just get rid of that completely. Jump backwards to done here. We're just going to check the screen edges. I think that should be alright. I think this is going to make it jump, but I think what might happen is it's going to jump outwards and then fall straight down. So do jump routine. Address is illegal. Okay. So invert the jump. Do a jump here. Put a new branch label there. Ah, nice win. Nice win for her. I missed that completely. So let's see what happens here. So I think he will... Okay. Okay, I think we need to move where the fall is happening now. So if we look at the fall routine... in here... Where is it? Here. The fall routine happens after the jump routine check. So we need to move that to do the same here. Just going to comment that out for a second and just get rid of that one. So if we are falling, we still need to move left and right. So I think this should mean it still jumps left and right. Let's try that. Also means when it falls, it's going to glide off, which gives it a slightly different behavior to the color ball, which is good. The more variation we have in these behaviors, the better, really. Okay, so they're just constantly jumping there. So they jump and they don't fall. Okay. So if we're in a jump animation, we do this. Otherwise, we do this. Which means we just need to do the lateral movement. Okay, so... Okay, that's fine. I can just copy it from here, basically. This is a very hodgepodge way of doing this, but it's going to work. So checking the screen edges we don't need to do because we're already doing it up there. We're going to look which way we're facing and we're going to jump in that direction. It's 100 for both, so keep that value the same. Not going to set the enemy frame at all. Because I think what it was doing a collision check. Okay, so it sets a frame weird here. So oh, because it's doing. I got rid of the wrong thing. Okay, should be that. Should be like that. Oh my god, most of that went on me, I think. Okay, they jump up, but they don't jump. So they also need to jump to lateral move as well. So, we'll just get rid of that jump instruction there, should be fine. Okay, I'm going to make them jump a little bit quicker outwards. Okay, they're not changing direction, which is a bit worrying. They should be changing direction when they hit the edges, which they're not doing. Still not. Also, I think it should be random. I think sometimes they should jump, sometimes they shouldn't. So, first of all, let's just get let's get that that working so that when they actually change directions, they actually change directions. Which means when we do this stuff here, that's why. Okay, so when we do this check here, reading about the Atari ST. No, for games it wasn't great. I mean, it was acceptable. It wasn't. It was never quite as good as the Amiga at things. So that's why it's got a bit of a bad rap, really. Wait a minute. Check screen edges should be. Should this be done first? Maybe I'm doing this in the wrong place. Coconut, welcome to the stream. Good to see you, and thank you for the gift sub, and welcome to the sub, ZZ. How are you doing, Coconut? What have you been playing tonight? God, what if I just copy pasted? There we go. Sometimes I just cut things and I don't realise what I've got in. No, that's wrong again. That should be up there. That's why. Oh, I missed the race. Mayhem is on a roll. Mind you, Mayhem has the best chance of winning of them all. That's why she's got the she has got the shortest odds. Yeah, Coconut likes a bit of ST. That's for sure. Ah, that's better. Now they're actually turning. Oh my god, they're going a bit crazy now. Actually, yeah, they're quite difficult to deal with. They move really quickly. Like trying to avoid that one. Ah! Yeah, that's quite good. I like it. All right. I need to change the color. They're not light blue, and they should be light blue. So light blue, light blue. It made 2 loaves of fresh bread tonight is what I did. House smells amazing. Oh, I've got to say, the smell of fresh bread is freaking amazing. I love that. I've not made a loaf of bread in a long time. I should probably do that at some point. I do like baking. I do like cooking as well, so I might do that. I've been getting into carbonara, making carbonara. It's such an easy thing to make, and it's amazing when you make it. Although tonight's was a bit funny. I used curly leaf pasta instead of normal pasta. It just tasted a bit funny. And I didn't use Parmesan. I used Grana Padano as well, which I don't think was quite as good. Yeah, these are pretty good. I like these enemies. I like how they're in this little loop of running and jumping around this area now as well. So the only thing I want to do is I want to change them so that occasionally they decide to not jump at edges and change direction instead. So we already have this check here. So this is where we're doing our little. Oh God, pardon me. This is where we're deciding to jump. So all I'm going to do is and a random number with 1. And actually change direction. So change direction is basically, I guess you can probably copy this from Jelly Bean. I've got 1 for warp left and 1 for warp right. That's annoying. Okay, let's have a look. Oh no, that's fine. I just need to do this on both. Okay. No, this is fine. So this is the left one, which is what we're in, which is good. And then I need the right one. Jelly bean. Damn it! I really want to bake some bread now. I've got a strange urge to bake bread. That'll be nice now. Coco's here baking. I always say, yeah, baking bread or cookies. Definitely, you should do it if you're selling a house. Yeah, carbonara is really good. Yeah. So I've been doing it with Parmesan, Parmigiano Reggiano, the proper Parmesan. A little tiny bit of double cream, not a lot, just a little bit. An egg yolk, and pancetta ham, and then a bit of parsley just to just add a little bit of a peppery taste to it, which is quite nice. I don't actually like to add pepper to it, black pepper to it. I think the parsley is enough. Parsley, especially if you chop the stalks up as well, has enough to add to it as well. I'm trying to read on a chat that's half cut off. So, Parmigiano, Rocca Babano, Bolognese, Malta. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm eating meat. I'm eating pork and I'm eating chicken. I'm not eating beef. And I did have a little bit of lamb the other day because I had some lamb from an Italian place and it was delicious. But I'm generally trying to stay off the red meats, as I think they've been the problem for me. So okay, so this is what I want to do. I just want to replace this with this, and then I can get rid of that, I believe. I don't know why that label is there. I'm going to leave it there just in case it's needed for something. Also, I prefer vegetarian bolognese as well. So I use mushrooms. I crumble mushrooms rather than chop them. I crumble some of them. They're like quite fleshy and kind of bitty. And then I use poi lentils. Poi lentils. I can never know how to say it. And then I cook them for a little bit. And then I put the ragu sauce in there with a few onions or shallots or both if I'm feeling fancy. Italian herbs and pasta, and it's delicious. It's better than putting beef or lamb or pork or whatever the hell you want to put in it. I think it's really nice. Doesn't need to be meaty at all. Bolognese is all about the sauce. And the mushrooms and lentils, yeah, that's good. So see, they're turning sometimes at edges, sometimes jumping. Makes them unpredictable, which is good. Yep, these are looking pretty decent. So the only other thing I want to do is with the jelly bean behavior, I want the jelly bean to speed up if it sees an enemy in front of it. So if you are stood roughly in the same kind of vertical position as the enemy, so maybe within 16 pixels up or down, and within maybe 64 pixels in front of it, not behind it, only in front of it, then it will speed up, so it will do its run animation twice maybe instead of once. So how the hell do you get the beans out of the toaster? I had a mate once. I mean, to be fair, he was about 14 at the time, 13, 14 at the time, so it wasn't kind of world-wise or anything like that. But he was making a pizza, and he'd put the pizza under the grill, right? Which is not the best way to make them. You should probably oven bake a pizza, but he put the pizza under the grill, and he cooked it on one side for about 10 minutes, and then he turned it over. Actually turned the pizza over on the grill. So what are you doing? And like when he took it out, it was just a tomatoey piece of bread with loads of cheese in the bottom of the grill. Yeah, crazy. He just didn't know how to. He just didn't know how to cook at all. Hopefully, he's a lot better now. I mean, he's going to be in his mid-40s now, so hopefully he's a lot better at cooking now. And hopefully he's not watching. I don't think he will be. I've not spoken to him for a long time, so. I do like a bit of beans on toast now and again as well. Beans on toast with a bit of Worcester sauce in the beans is just it's really good. Worcester sauce in the beans and a bit of paprika over it when you're finished. A bit of cheese and a bit of paprika, really nice. Paprika, however you want to say it. Cheese on toast you can do in the toaster. So if you put your toaster on its side, you can put toast in with cheese on. You can put bread in with cheese on the top and put it in. You can slide it in. So I've made cheese on toast in a toaster more than once. Works quite well. You just need to make sure you clean your toaster out. If you don't clean your toaster, then you'll have lots of crumbs in it. And when you turn it on the side, all the crumbs will go over the elements and you just get burning smell everywhere. But you have derailed it. No, you've made me very hungry is what you've done. Yeah, beans in a sandwich maker works as well. Sandwich makers are good. But nothing beats making a cheese toasty in a frying pan. Doing it properly. You like the burning toast smell. You'll be alright if you have a stroke then. Yeah, actually, I've been on a roll. I'm not actually feel that derailed. I've got all the enemy behaviours in. We're actually out of enemies now. We've done them all. And this feels like it's going to be a tricky game to play now. It doesn't feel like it's going to be that straightforward. Things are moving around pretty fast. And yeah, I mean, I can't avoid them, so. I'm going to have a go at doing the jelly bean behaviour then, so. Because that's the only one that really is quite a boring behaviour now. Oh no, do you know what? We haven't done the bear. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We haven't done the bear. Maybe the bear can be the one that runs. Okay, so let's do Gummy Bear then. Yeah, we'll make the Gummy Bear the one that runs instead. So we'll copy the jelly bean behaviour for the Gummy Bear and just do it based on that. So first of all, let's get the Gummy Bear in. Let's Gummy Bear. Enemy walks back and forth on platforms. Let's put its value in. It's enemy 8 now. Charges at player if in range. Okay, so let's add enemy 8 in here. Forgot about the Gummy Bear. Now, the Gummy Bear was one I wanted to do the alternating colours on. So So the first thing to do, I guess, is to just get it using the right sprites. Which I'm hoping is 3 sprites in each direction. It is 3 in each direction, although it's the other way round. Okay, so let's have a look. Gummy bear. So walk left. So walk left is this one here, which is going to be 1-7. So let's do 1-7, 1-8, 1-9, which makes this 1-A, 1B, 1C. Let's go and put a load of gummy bears into the map. Okay. Okay, so that should set the frames right now. Color-wise, I cannot remember the colors that we used, but we did alternate between 2 colors. So I'm going to bring up the secret colors of the Commodore 64. Secret colors of the C64. I should find it. There we go. So I'm going to use this page. So this page is explains how they did Dragon Breed, and they also use it in Mayhem. They use it in lots of things, but we're going to use the same technique. Now it's going to be really hard for you guys to see this on stream because of a desync issue. You'll see a color that flickers between. So, for instance, this color here, I'm hovering over, is quite actually it's quite constant on stream as well. So actually, I'm going to pick the ones that are the most constant on the stream. So I think I'm going to go for like a purpley color because we don't have purple. That one looks pretty good. So that is brown and blue. Okay. No, orange and blue. Sorry. So orange and blue. That is orange is 8, and blue is 6. So let's put that in. So 8. 6, and see how using the macros makes it super easy to do, and they should flicker on screen now. Hang on, what are we looking at here? Oh my god, why can't I scroll up on that chat for some reason? There we go. Change the map so we get one of every enemy. Yes, I will do that shortly. I'll get the bear working first. The bear can zip across horizontal gaps. Oh, that would be cool, wouldn't it? Okay, so there's a problem in its animation. It's not quite right for some reason, so I'll check that out in a second. I'm not sure about the color as well. I don't think it works because the background's blue, so I might need to pick a different one. So let's pick another color from this list. I kind of like the purpley colors though, so I'm going to go with that one there, which is purple and like a dark gray. So let's go with purple and dark gray. So that would be 4 and 11. You made an 1,000-line assembly intro. Oh, this is on. You've been doing some Atari T600, haven't you? So I'm kind of keen on what your thoughts are on that, because I know the Atari T600 is all about racing the raster beam. It's all about kind of because you only get 2 sprites, I think, and you have to kind of. I don't know because I'm going off the little bit of anecdotal stuff that I've read, or but I think you get 2 sprites and you have to kind of like either mirror them or change values on them as you move down the screen to do things. So it's very much about racing the raster beam. Uh, 200 graphics, 100 comments. Yeah. Mirrored playfield, yeah, that's what I seem to remember about it. Yeah. Oh, Leadstorm Sichune is just basically smoke on the water, isn't it? From what I remember. hopefully the sprites are going to be wrong, but hopefully the colours are better. It's kind of hard to tell without using real hardware, so I'm gonna turn on my ultimate. And I'm gonna check on this screen. It's still not gonna look quite right on this screen. I will enable it though, so you can see it. But it's still going to look flickery, I think. I think it's only going to look right on this little screen here, so I just need to check the values on here, which means I need the real joystick. Yeah, so they're still flickery on there, but they're smooth as anything on there. It's like a light bluish colour. I'm not that keen on that colour. I think it needs to be a brighter colour. So let's go with something up this end. Okay, that looks kind of nice. So that's light grey and is that yellow? Yeah, light grey and yellow. Okay, so let's change that. So that would be 7 and 15. So it is going to look really flickery when you see it on capture, just because of the way that the frame rate of the C64 and the frame rate of the capture don't quite match. So there's a mismatch between the timing values. So you'll see kind of a flickery colour on here, but the general colour that you're seeing is the colour that you'll get. So it's like a light yellow, pastel yellow, which is exactly how it looks on. It's fine. Don't see any flickering at all on that, so that's good. Okay, cool. I'll turn that off then. So I'm happy with the colour. I'm not happy with the animation. It seems to be wrong, so let's have a look. So this is 10. This is 16. That's why 16, 17, 18. Okay, so that's why it's wrong. Okay, and that means this is 19. No, I had the wrong frames for the bears, that's why. So this should be fine now, hopefully. So again, bear in mind that the flickering that you see is only because it's only an artifact of the fact that it's running through a 60 frames per second update, rather than the 50 frames a second, which I see on this machine, and it's fine on there. So they look pretty good. So that colour you see, like a pastel yellow, is exactly what I see on the machine here, but without any flips. So, yeah, they look fine. That's good. Bear in mind, yeah. All right, I'm going to go for a quick break. When I come back, I'm going to try and get the bears to run at the player. I kind of like Foro's idea of them darting across gaps as well. So I might do the same thing that I've got with the gumballs, where they occasionally, there's a small chance when they reach an edge that they'll actually dart across to the next edge. However, I'm not sure how that's going to work if they hit a wall at the edges. Maybe they need to stop if they hit a wall at the edges. But at the very least, we'll get them charging at the enemies. I think we'll do that, and then we can figure out the rest later on. In fact, I'll probably get them charging at the enemies and then move on to the Parasol Star stuff. I think we can. We've made such good progress tonight with the behaviours. I think we can afford to kind of finish the code a little bit early and move on to the Parasol Star stuff, because it's all important to. It's all relevant to code anyway, because we need to get this stuff done for when I start doing the Parasol Stars on stream, which I'm going to do on Saturdays when this game is finished. And I'm hoping that'll be a nice collaborative effort as well there. Although I'm not going to share the code for that at all, because I really, really do not want that code to appear anywhere. So there'll be no flu bits for that. There'll be no GitHub for that. It will just be stuff that I do on stream, basically. Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. I'll leave you with the races this time. I forgot to do it last time, and I'll do a raffle as soon as I come back as well. So I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Let's see who wins this. Yeah, Race All is not something I've implemented yet. Sorry. I think DMX has had the biggest win tonight. He won like 250,000 points or something. Or just short of 250,000. I bet him, I think he bet like 20,000 on Turrican. And he came through. Doc takes it. Okay, so I want to look at the jelly bean. So I want the jelly bean to chase the player if they're in range. So basically that means we need to check if the player is in range and set a flag before we do any of the walking updates. So this is where we do the walking updates here. So now this needs to work with 2 players, so it needs to check both players against this. So that means the first thing it needs to do is, first of all, check if either player is in the right vertical position. So I'm going to do that by taking the enemies... enemy... Oh, I don't know what the variable is, we'll go and find it. Position Y1 we want, okay. Check if any player is in range. Okay, so we need to do this twice. So we need to do it for this player. And the easiest way to do this is to take our position. So imagine our position is at 0. If an enemy is within 16, so we subtract the enemy's position from that. Sorry, the player's position from that. So if the player position is at minus 16. Okay, so we'll check player 1 first. So in range Y, okay, and not in range. So we'll subtract players. Okay, so we need some player information here. So player 1Y and player 2Y. Okay, just kind of easy. So we're going to subtract player 1Y. Now that's going to give us a value. It's either going to be negative or positive. Now what we want to know is if it's within negative 16 or so. So let's put Y range equals 16 here, right? So what we need to do now is we need to add that to it. So this will give us a value. Instead of being from minus 16 to 16, it will be from 0 to 32, which means we can then check. So we're going to compare that to Y range times 2. And if it's less than that, then we're in range. And we don't need to check the other player. Player 2 is the same thing, but now we use the player 2 code. And if we're not, then we jump to not in range. So if we're not in range, it won't do anything. So first of all, I'm going to check this by just incrementing the border color here. and change that to player 2. So hopefully what this will do is if any player gets on the same level as a jelly bean, or close to the same level as a jelly bean, the border will flash. So let's start by filling the map with jelly beans. And then when we've done this, we'll fill the map up with every enemy and see how easy it is to... Oh, God. That's... Oh, the jokes are terrible. The jokes are terrible. Okay, so player needs to be... I think I just need players, is it? Player, okay. I kind of like the joke thing, though. It's kind of cool. I mean, the jokes are terrible, but the idea is sound, I think. Missed a follow. Oh, I missed 2 follows. Mitsu RSI, thank you for following. That must have been while I was on a break. And Nyana Olok, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Retro Heaven. Okay, so I'm on the same level as a jelly bean. Okay, it's still flashing. Okay, so this is not working because I shouldn't be getting that there. So let's have a look. So we're just checking player 1 at the moment. So let's think about this. Okay, so if I take the position of an enemy, let's say the enemy's at 0 and I'm at 0 as well. Then the result is 0. I add the range 1 0, so I'm right slap bang in the middle of that range, and that's fine. Oh, hang on. I need to check if the enemies are active. So, if the players are active. So, no, I heard the listens. What are you on about? I'm confused. What's going on? Oh, you're just telling me I missed the... Oh, raffle. Yeah, that's a good point. Raffle. You didn't hear the listen, really? You didn't hear that? It's on a time limit as well, so it will only happen once a minute. Let me do a raffle as well. Okay, so I need to check the player is active, because if the player's not active, then I shouldn't be checking against it, and it might be that the values that are in the player X and Y put, you know, this value, for instance, is C0, even though I'm not actually at that position because the player's not active. So I do need to check if the player is actually active. So and that with 0, 1, and if it's equal, player 2, and then player 2 would be the same thing, but now instead of jumping to player 2, jump to done player checks. Okay, I think that's what the problem is there. So let's try that out. That needs to be player. Every brick has it. Madzi won with 10,000. Nice one. Oh, Uridium. Good choice, whoever picked this one. Of course, Steve Turner ended up going on to... in fact, I think he'd already founded it at that point. Graph Gold with Andrew Braybrook, so... I think this was their first kind of... I might be wrong, actually. Maybe Gridleys was first. Yeah. Okay, so... well, something's not right here, because player 2... Let's just disable player 2 for a second. Oh god, another Airwolf. I've heard Airwolf so many times tonight, it's crazy. Yeah, that's what I thought I was doing, but you see that even though I'm only checking player 1 now, it's constantly finding it. Okay, so let's have a look at what I'm actually checking here. Okay. Well, let's put a breakpoint in and see what's happening. But let's do it in the debugger. Whoops, that wasn't the debugger. I pressed caps lock instead. Taking my time with the wine tonight because I kind of want to avoid having the tequila if I can help it. I'm going to save the rest of that tequila for the marathon stream whenever I do that. I'm still not decided on when I'm going to do that. Well, okay, I mean, I am in range here, but French if equal, not branch if not equal. Where? What was the subject of our marathon again? Doing Arkanoid, doing an Arkanoid style game. So no, branch of equal is correct there because I want to check if that player is active. I mean, the only difference is that should be 2, not 1. So if I end it with 1 and this player is active, then the result will be not equal to 0. So I only want to skip if it is equal to 0. Otherwise, I'll come to here. So I think that's fine. I think that is correct. I just think this is wrong somehow. Well, let's see what we get if I do that break here. Okay. This isn't a bad Airwolf version as well. It's like every version of Airwolf is better than the one they used in the game. The one they used in the game is fucking awful. Okay, so we've got a break here. Okay, so the accumulator at this point is at 0F. So that says we are in range, and that's correct, right? That is correct. Frantic carry clear to in range, it jumps to here. Oh, okay. I need that in as well. X is the enemy index. X is the one register I can't change in any of these behaviors. X is always the same. It's the enemy index in the array of enemies that are currently being displayed. Was the original? I don't think it was. The original is bloody awful though. So okay, so we're breaking here. Whereas if I let me get rid of that. That's because that should not be the case. Okay, so hopefully now this is fine. What is its value? I don't know. It shouldn't matter anyway. The X is just used whenever you're referencing anything. Ah, there we go. It's fine. And if I drop down to here, there you go. It's fine. Drop down to here. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that routine is working, but for some reason this player 2 active, which was using and 1. So this should probably be fine now, I think. Shallan's favourite tune. All-time favourite nominee looped. This is fine. This is perfectly fine. Yep, and if I start player 2... Perfect. Okay, cool. Okay, so if we're in the range Y, then the next thing we need to do is now check the X range. Now, this is a little bit different because what we need to do now is we now need to check if the player is moving is in the right direction. So I'm going to do the same thing again. I'm going to check the player's active. I'm going to do these as two separate things. So I'm going to check the player's active again. So there is going to be a player 2 here. There's going to be an in range. Oh my god. In range X here. And then at the very end of the player 2 check, there'll be a jump to not in range. Okay. So that will be the same in the player 2 check. Okay, so let's have a look at player 1. So we're checking the distance on the X register. Now, this is where it gets a little bit tricky because obviously X has got this actually it's half values in here. Okay, this is going to get really tricky. Oh no, it's not half values. We do actually have fractional values. Oh, okay. Do the enemies have fractional values? I bet the enemies don't, you know. I bet they're using half values. No, they're also using fractional values. Okay, so we need to do a 16-bit subtraction here. So we're going to take, which means we need some temporary space. So let's create a. We do actually have some temporary variables. Behavioral temp there, but I'm going to create behavioral temp word 1 here, and I'm going to use a word to store this value here. Okay, so so we need to take the enemy position and we need to subtract the player position. But in order to do this, we need to do this like so. We need to subtract, oops, the first value and then store that at behavior temp word 1 plus 0. And then we need to take the upper byte. Is that right? Am I doing it in the right order? I think I am. So this gives us the subtraction between the two. And now I need to add Y range. So I need to load this value here. then add 0 to the upper byte. And we'll make the X range about 40. I think that's probably about fine here. This maximum at 80. Actually, the maximum would be 7F. So we're going to add X range, and we're going to compare it to X range plus 2. But before we do that, if this value here, so the upper byte is set, so if this is not equal, then we'll go to player 2, because it's not in range, basically. Because if the upper byte is set, then we're over 256. Then we need to load the lower byte, compare it to X range plus 2, branch it to in range X. There we go. Right, so let's try that now with just one player and see what happens. So I should need to get within quite a close range. So let's get one to spawn. Okay, so oh, I need to do the flash, don't I? In range here. Here we go. So we're in range. Alright, let's get rid of... Okay, that guy is not picking up, so let's kill this guy. Okay, so... Okay, so it's only doing it if I'm on the left-hand side, not on the right-hand side, so there's a problem here. Which means this value is not correct. The X range 2. So let's have a think about this. If I take... Let's think about this. Here we go. So it works if I'm on the left-hand side because that's less than it. So if that value is more than... So if I'm at position 0 and this is at 1, then that becomes FF. And the carry gets cleared. Oh, because I'm setting the carry bit there. There we go. Good night, Prince Phase. Thanks for joining, dude. Yeah, I'm going to move on to the Parasol Star stuff in a minute. I'm going to spend at least an hour doing some Parasol Stars documentation. I'll try and do as much as I can on it. Okay, perfect. Right, so... Yeah, that's good. Okay, and does it work on this side? It does work on that side. Okay, cool. Question is, does it... Okay, it's about the length of the platforms. It's about the length of that platform. So I stand here, he's not detecting it. If I get a bit closer... No, if I get a bit closer still. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool. So that detects I'm in range X, so that's good. So I just need to copy this behavior here for player 2. So that stays the same. This becomes player 2. That stays the same. And this becomes done player checks. Or not in range. That can be not in range. Does it need to be done player checks, I guess. So let's get rid of that. Wherever it is, there's another version up here somewhere. Okay. Right, so at this point we're in range, so this is going to be really simple. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create a player is in range. It's going to just be a single byte here. It's going to be 0. Before this routine checks, so here it's going to be set to 0. And if the player is in range, so the only other thing I need to do here now is I need to make sure that if the player is let's keep that in place. If the player is on the left and is walking to the left, so let's do it with player 1 first. Okay, so this is the comparison that we're doing here. Okay, so if the carry is set, then we're just going to jump to player 2. However, if it is in that range, then what we need to do is we need to do a check now. So we're going to take the enemy direction, which I think is here. Let's just take a couple of lines of that. And we're going to AND that with so this is the bit that we're changing from this branch here, which is this branch here. So if equal, then we're facing right. Otherwise, facing the left here. We need to do another comparison here. So can we do load Y? No, we're going to have to grab this value again. Okay. So this time we're going to compare it to X range. And in both of these cases, we're going to compare it to X range. But the difference is going to be if we're facing left, then we branch it carry clear. And we jump to in range X. To player 2, and if we're facing right, then this is carry set. There we go. So I need to copy that stuff from there, put it into player 2, and instead of it jumping to player 2, it's now going to jump to not in range. Okay, cool. So hopefully now it should only flash when we're being faced by the enemy. If we're not being faced by the enemy, then it's not going to work. Okay, so we've got some relative address. Distances too far, line 83. Okay, again, flip that round. Temporary label ahead. Jump to the new label. Jump to the old label, set their new label. This is called Long Song, but it's only 1 minute 40. Good night, Chiz. Take care, dude. I think I missed that by quite a bit. Okay, I've got the carries the wrong way round. Okay, that's fine. So I just need to flip those two around. So let's try in range X. Here we go. So this needs to be carry set. That needs to be carry clear. That needs to be carry clear. That needs to be carry set. There we go. That looks spot on, I think. Okay, cool. Right, so that means all we need to do now is we need to check this value. So whenever we do any advancement like this, we will load player is in range. If it's equal to 0, we'll skip ahead. Otherwise, we're just going to do it again. And it's that simple. Now, the only other thing we might need to do is advance the frame a little bit. So wherever the frame can, let's just see if it speeds up. If it speeds up, that's good. Good night, Speccomster. Thanks for joining the stream, dude. I think Hayes is probably still out and still very drunk, probably. Okay, that's good. That means it's speeding up. So we can change the speed as well here, so we can make it go quite a bit faster. Like so. And then the only other thing we need to do is the walk frame. So hopefully there's a timer for the frames. I don't see it in here though. Let's have a look. Do walk animation. Okay, here we go. Oops, so I forgot what I called it now. Player. Actually, this is not going to work here, is it? So I'm going to move this walk counter now to be towards the end here. So I'm going to do it here. The reason I'm doing it here is because at this point we have the player is in range thing, so... Relative address again. Oh my god, sick of doing these. Okay, line 41. Invert it. New label. Jump. Label. Right, hopefully now the jelly bean should sprint towards the player. Complete with sped up animation as well. Maybe a bit too quick, actually. Okay, yeah, it's a bit too quick, but the idea is there, so... Let's just slow it down ever so slightly. And we're looking pretty good. So I think I'm going to take a break in a minute. I'm going to commit all this. That's pretty much every behaviour done now. So I think we could probably do with adding a couple more enemies in, maybe 1 or 2. Yeah, that looks pretty sweet, actually. Let's go over this side, see how quick it actually runs. That's actually pretty nice. I like it. I forgot what the gummy bear did now, so what does the gummy bear do? Oh, the gummy bear walks backwards and forwards, so now it's the jelly bean that does that. I should have done it on the gummy bear, but it's fine. Thanks for the follow, Space Buggy, and welcome to the stream, dude. You just caught me as I'm about to go on a break, and actually we're going to change course a little bit. So I think I'm quite happy with that now. So I'm gonna commit all that now. Pretty good progress tonight. Also, no CPU jam tonight. This is the first stream in a long time we've had no CPU jam. Actually, before I go, I'm gonna just add more enemies in, and we'll just have a look at what how the game plays with multiple enemies in. So let's add 4 more enemies in. So number of power-ups 2, number of enemies 8. There we go. And let's just see how the game plays with all those enemies in and see how difficult it is. Let's add another power-up in the middle of all of that. So let's add one here. There we go. Let's see if I can complete the level. So let's assume I've got I'll just count how many times I die. Okay, so cola bottle, nice and simple. Got that guy. Oh, there's 1 life gone. All right. Get that guy. Oh, look at that. 2 power-ups coming out of there. I'm not sure why 2 came out of there. So that might be something I need to check for. I guess it's possible. Shit. Okay, candy cane. Okay, so I lost 2 lives on this. So I think this is pretty decent. I need to figure out some of the mechanics around things. It might need a bit of tweaking, but it looks like 3 lives. I'm still not finished. Jelly beans, nice and easy though. That seems pretty good. That seems pretty good. So let's try that again. So I lost 3 lives that time. Let's see if I can do it without losing any lives. I was worried that it was going to be too easy, and I think we're proving now that this is actually... It's not that simple. The mechanics of the enemies make it difficult, so... Oh, see, I still lost a life there, so... I did it in 1 life that time. Yeah, this is going to be all right. I think this feels pretty solid as a game, and I think proper level design will help to kind of create difficulty. So there will be certain levels where just the level design alone will make the enemies a real pain in the ass to deal with. So, for instance, the ones that jump across platforms at speed, they're going to be a nightmare on levels where there's lots of tiny little platforms everywhere. Because you're going to have to try and get to those platforms somehow to attack them. So I think this is looking pretty good. And we've done the enemy behaviors in 1 stream. That gives me 4 weeks to kind of make an editor, which is kind of awesome. So I think probably what I'm going to try for is on the next stream is we'll try and add another enemy type in. So I might have a go at drawing an enemy, or if anybody wants to have a go at drawing an enemy. We've got I mean, there's only 3 sprites free in here, but there's definitely more sprites available. So I'm thinking, would it be too hard to make it so when the fat guy jumps up on a platform, the screen doesn't shake? Only jump when he falls onto a lower platform. It wouldn't be too hard, but then he's still landing, right? He's still landing on a platform. It's the act of him landing that's the problem. But I see what you mean, because there he's barely falling down at all. So I guess we could make it so he has to fall a certain distance before we could do it. Yeah, we can do that. That's not a problem. In fact, I can do that pretty simple. If I just go into is it jump 4, wherever it is, jump and fall here, fall check, falling, not falling, apply fall or jump. Here we go. I can't remember where the screen shake happens. Basically, I just need to check the index, the jump index. If the jump index is too low, then it won't jump. So just for screen shake. Okay, screen shake value. Here we go. Okay, it's not in there. Okay, let's see if we can figure out where the player is landing. Fall check. Okay, here's where we fall. I'm guessing there's a check to see where we've fallen before. Is the player a certain weight? So let's check player size, maybe. Was it player size? I can't remember what it was called now. Player weight. I think it's player size, though, is the one that we want. Player size. Here we go. This is in what routine is this in? Oh my god, that's a big routine. Draw player, okay. Let's see if there's another one where it's set. Player size animation. Player size timer, that's not that one. Set player size. Alright, let me try player 1 size. Okay, let's try... This should be really simple, I just need to find where it is. Where it's actually triggered. Okay, maybe it is in this then. Oh god, what is this? This is weird. Search for the registered D0. Well, it's handled automatically. We need to figure out what triggers the actual screen shake to trigger. So there is a screen shake value which is set. So there is this. Where was it? Screen shake val. Here we go. And that is in draw player. Okay. Just for screen shake. Okay, so. This is just changing the position of the player, so it's not to do with that. So let's have a look. Let's have a look what actually sets those values. So screen shake value is in here, 0 page value. This is enemy macros. This is just adjusting enemies based on the player. Adjusting the crown based on the player. screen shake. This is the IRQ. Screen shake timer. Let's have a look at that. There we go. Here we go. It's nice and simple. So, jump to not falling. So, if we do... We need the jump fall index, right? I need to write that number down. 1658. It's in the player. Okay, so if I look... There should be a jump fall index for each of the players. Or a jump index. Well, as you can find it by looking at the fall routine. Falling, here we go. So if we're falling, player jump index. Player 1 jump index. Okay, so there is a player 1 jump index. Let's see where that was though. Oh, there it is. Player 1 jump index. Okay, so 658. So here's the check. So play state, Y. I'm guessing a Y is. Okay. And so I can't remember which way the jump and fall works. So jump and fall table. So this is if we're falling, and the jump and fall table uses the same tables for each one. So in that case, we need to compare it to. Put a value like 10 in for now and change that value in a second, and if it is more than that value, then we go to not falling. Even though we are falling, it's not going to do this ground shake here, so it's not going to do this bit. Yeah, use the subtunes as displayed on DeepSid. Oh my god, they're a nightmare. There we go, so this should still shake. There we go. Perfect, so the only thing I need to do probably is just reduce that number. I think 10 is probably too much, so if I reduce it to like 5, it should still work and it should be it should be fine. I told you it was simple. Because we have an index, so we know how long through the jump we are, and that number counts up for the jump and then down for the fall. So all we need to do is, when we're falling, we just need to make sure that the value is below a certain index, because then we know if you imagine the jump as an arc like that with the numbers going up and down, this is an index. It just goes from 0 to whatever the end is and then down again. So all we're doing is we're just checking now that when we reach that top and we start falling, that we've done at least 5 frames. I think I've set it to 5 now. Yeah, we've done at least 5 frames of falling before the actual shake takes effect. So it's actually quite a simple change because of the way we set the data up. That's why it's important. It's one of those things. Getting the data right in a program can sometimes be more important than the actual code itself, because if you've got the data in the right format, then the code is actually becomes quite easy to do. Yeah, that's spot on. There we go. So we can still, if we still do a tiny jump, then we you know, I mean, we can't do a tiny jump, but if we did do a tiny jump, it would still shake the ground. But if you do a jump that just brings you to a level, yeah, that's spot on. All right, cool. All right, I'm going to stop the SID requests now because I'm going to play Parasol Stars in a second. I'm going to go for a quick break. I'm going to go to the toilet. Actually, I'm not going to touch the tequila tonight. If you fall off the top right there, will it shake? Off the top. Oh yeah, let's go and have a look. Yeah, it probably should. Yeah. Yeah, that seems spot on. I think any time you actually do drop, it should do it. No, that's spot on. I think it should shake at that point. And actually, it's a good test area, this, because you've got this whole area here where you can jump up. So that's spot on. That's really good. I'm really pleased with the progress tonight. I'm really impressed. So like I say, if anybody wants to make some more enemies, that's fine. I think we could probably fit another 2 in, maybe 3 at a push, depending on how many frames you use. So most of these enemies are using about 6 frames. Some of them use a little bit less. Let's just have a quick look, actually. So we've got 3 frames in here. So the flying ones tend to use 3 frames because they don't really need much more. The marshmallow uses 4. Everything else uses 6. So we've got 3 frames free in there. And we've also got quite a few free frames in here. So 2, 4... 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So we've got enough room for like another 2 or 3 enemies. If you use a flyer, counts as half an enemy. So we've got 18 frames free, basically. I don't think we need any more sprites. It might be good to save a couple just in case we do. But I don't think we do. I think we're all right. Anything else that's an in-game, that's not an in-game sprite, can be copied in as we need it. That's fine. So I think we've got room for another 3 different enemy types. So I'm going to have a go at creating one myself. If anybody else wants to create one, then go for it. Do you need that fat shake to play too? That's a very good point. Let's try that out. Let's just start the game with 2 players instead of just player 2. It should be fine, I think, but I'll check it anyway. Then when I come back, we'll play some PC Engine and we'll document some stuff. So it's not really going to be a standard playthrough. There's going to be a lot of pausing and looking at values on screen and stuff and restarting the game, and so it's going to be a lot of that. Okay, so let's absorb with player 2. Damn it, it's actually quite hard, this thing. Shit. Oh no. still shaking as he goes up. Okay. Okay, so we do need to fix that. Thank you, Steps, for pointing that out. Which means that this value here is not necessarily player 1 or 2, player 1 jump index. We've got a vector 6. Oh, player jump index there. It's already there. There we go. Problem solved. Problem solved. So let's just play with player 2. Okay. Okay, that blue gumball thing kind of does a weird off-screen thing that might need to solve at some point. There we go. Okay. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Let's get over this. So this is a really good test area over here. Yeah, you see how just jumping up that little gap is still falling a little bit, so it should shake. It should shake. But then, yeah, it's perfect. I like it. Cool. All right, let's commit that, go for a break, and then do this thing. So, added all. I can't believe I've done all of them. Enemy behaviors. Tweak. Yeah, I think I'll do about an hour. I think I'm kind of feeling it a little bit, so I'll do about an hour of Parasol Stars, and then I'll call it a night. But it's been really good progress tonight. Very, very, very pleased with it indeed. If you're standing close to an enemy fire projectile, it's possible to make it over the enemy head and miss them. Yeah, I mean the arc on it means you can throw over the enemy if you're not careful, which is kind of I kind of wanted it like that, so you had to kind of get used to the arc of the bullet and sort of, yeah, it's deliberate. Yeah. All right, I'll put the races on, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes, guys, and we'll get the PC Engine up and running. I've stopped the SID request now, so there's no more SID requests, but the races will be on for a while. So, all right, be right back.